Chapter 618. Mo Xiaoyao snorted. He turned around and pulled Yi Li to the main seat. After Mo Xiaoyao walked a few steps away, the two men heaved a sigh of relief. When they found that they could move, they fell to the ground. Before noble consort Lu said anything, they rolled and crawled out. Lung Junhan sat in the chair and waved at Mo Xiaobao cheerfully. After receiving Mo Xiaobao's disdainful eye roll, she didn't care and curiously poked Feng Jiao, who was tightly tied up beside her. "Hey, Uncle Feng, what's wrong with you?" Feng Jiao smiled bitterly and looked at Yi Li for help. He didn't dare to ask Mo Xiaoyao for help. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to be untied by Mo Xiaoyao. Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. She raised her finger and a silver light shot out of it. Feng Jiao felt cold on his arm. The rope that tied him up loosened immediately. Looking back at the silver blade that was stuck in a wall, Feng Jiao felt his hair stand on end. Well, he couldn't afford to offend her either. "Feng-san, are you okay?" Yi Li looked at Feng Jiao's clothes that were torn by the whip and stained with blood. "I'm fine." Feng Jiao shook his head. In fact, he was just whipped a few times. For someone like Feng Jiao who had been on the battlefield, it wasn't even a small wound. It was just a loss of face. "Prince Ding, Noble consort Lu frowned and said anxiously. Mo Xiaoyao raised his hand to stop her, but the words that came out of his beautiful thin lips made noble consort Lu feel cold all over. "Take her out and whip her 10 times before she speaks." Mo Xiaoyao saw the scars on Feng Jiao's body as soon as they met. "Prince Ding, you..." Noble consort Lu's face turned pale. "What did you say?" Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. "Feng San belongs to the Prince Ding mansion. Even if he made a big mistake, the Prince Ding mansion should take responsibility for it. Since when was it up to you, a mere concubine of the inner palace, to decide? I don't care what you want to say. You have to take the whip." The guard outside the door heard the order and came in immediately. He walked to noble consort Lu without hesitation. The current noble consort couldn't be whipped? The consequences were serious? The consequences would be more serious if the prince got angry. These days, the prince was in a bad mood. "Stop!" Noble consort Lu shouted harshly. "You can't touch me. I'm the current noble consort." Mo Xiaoyao pouted in disdain. "You're the late emperor's concubine. So what if I whipped you? Who dared to save you? Your father? Mo, or your father? I have something to tell you. It's something good for the Prince Ding mansion. You'll regret it if you don't listen." Noble consort Lu bit her lips, which were trembling because of fear, and said anxiously, "Take her away. Don't make I say it again." Mo Xiaoyao said coldly. The two guards neatly dragged noble consort Lu out of the room, one on the left and one on the right. Noble consort Lu only knew a little martial arts. How could she defeat the two guards? She was dragged away almost without any resistance. After a while, the sound of a whip breaking through the air came from outside the door. Mo Xiaobao opened his eyes curiously. Why didn't she scream? Yi Li covered her face. Was it really okay to block the two children? Most importantly, why was Mo Xiaobao not only poking his head out fearlessly, but also Lung Junhan, who had always been obedient, opened her eyes wide with curiosity and excitement? Was there really a problem with the way she raised the children? When Lung Haoyu and Murong Ting came back, how was she going to explain that their obedient son had become so cruel? 10 lashes were actually very fast. In less than half an hour, noble consort Lu was dragged back and put back in the chair she was sitting in. But this time, her white clothes were stained with bright red blood. Noble consort Lu could no longer maintain her graceful sitting posture. She could only lie on the chair weakly. She looked much more miserable than Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao looked at noble consort Lu, who was even more miserable than him, with a happy face. He suddenly felt that the wounds on his body were not so painful. However, when he met Mo Xiaoyao's half-smiling eyes, Feng Jiao immediately shrank back without the courage to do so. He was still more miserable than noble consort Lu. He could foresee that the future waiting for him would definitely be full of disasters. "Now you can say it." Mo Xiaoyao seemed to be in a better mood. He took a sip of tea and said, Noble Consort Lu was trembling in pain. How could she say anything else? She and Feng Jiao, who was thick-skinned, didn't feel any pain. Moreover, the guards of the Prince Ding mansion didn't mean to go easy on her at all. She could still sit here now because the people who beat her knew that she had to talk to the prince after the beating, so they were a little merciful. Noble Consort Lu gasped. She looked at Imo Xiaoyao, who was holding a teacup, and handing it to Yili, who was sitting next to him with a smile in his eyes. Even when he was talking to her, he didn't look at her at all. She couldn't help but feel cold all over. You are so cruel. Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. After suffering so much, if Noble Consort Lu still didn't know that the previous method didn't work on Mo Xiaoyao, then she really lived for decades in vain. Clenching her teeth, Noble Consort Lu said, I can help you take down the 3 prefectures in the north of the Chu state and the northern tribes without any effort. Oh, Mo Xiaoyao glanced sideways at her and looked at her suspiciously. Seeing this, Noble Consort Lu knew that Mo Xiaoyao was interested. She was delighted and said in a low voice, But I have a condition. Mo Xiaoyao leaned back slightly and leaned on Yili. He asked, Let's hear it. I want you to marry me as your concubine. Puff. Feng Jiao coughed again and again. He looked at the woman in front of him with resentment. He hadn't drunk a mouthful of water for a day and a night. This woman actually made him choke. Yili couldn't help but fall back. Mo Xiaoyao, who was leaning on her, could only sit up and turn around to hold her slender waist and pull her close. Lili, Yili smiled apologetically. She wasn't angry or didn't trust Mo Xiaoyao. She was just frightened by Noble Consort Lu. She had just been whipped 10 times by Mo Xiaoyao, yet she was still so infatuated that she wanted to marry him. Wasn't she afraid that Mo Xiaoyao would kill her after using her? Wasn't she asking for it? The reason why Noble Consort Lu didn't love Mo Jingqi was probably because Mo Jingqi was too good to her. Seeing Yi Li's smile, Mo Xiaoyao rubbed against her with satisfaction. Lili, what do you say? Yi Li raised her eyebrows. Shouldn't he solve this problem himself? What did he mean by pushing it to her? Shouldn't the princess have the final say in taking a concubine? Mo Xiaoyao asked innocently. Taking a concubine? Yili narrowed her eyes. Her voice was calm and contained a smile. Prince wants to take a concubine? I'm a good husband. My beloved concubine has the final say in matters of the inner residence, Mo Xiaoyao said generously. Prince Ding, I'm not talking about taking a concubine. Noble Consort Lu's face was livid. I want you to marry me as an equal concubine. Originally, she wanted to say the official concubine, but seeing Prince Ding's attitude towards Yi Li, she knew it was impossible. Noble Consort Lu decided to take a step back. As long as she became Prince Ding's concubine, Feng Jiao sneered. Noble Consort Lu, don't tell me you don't know. This equal concubine to the official concubine is the same as noble consort to the empress. They're both concubines. Noble Consort Lu's eyes sharpened. She stared at Feng Jiao fiercely. Feng San, shut your stinky mouth. Otherwise, I will ruin your reputation with her. Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows. Ruin my reputation? Just like you, Noble Consort Lu? You personally went to the prince's house to force him to take you as a concubine? Let me think. You used the land of the 3 prefectures in the north of the Chu state as a bargaining chip. What's this called again, treason? Noble Consort Lu trembled with anger. She wanted to get up, but the pain in her body made her unable to move. She took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in her heart. She looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, Prince Ding, what do you think? Mo Xiaoyao said calmly, I never care about matters of the inner residence. Feng Jiao snickered. One interesting way to put it. Did the Prince Ding mansion have matters of the inner residence? Noble Consort Lu thought she understood what Mo Xiaoyao meant. It was up to Yi Li to decide whether to marry her or not. This made Noble Consort Lu very unhappy. But since Mo Xiaoyao said so, Noble Consort Lu could only comfort herself that it was because of Prince Ding of the Su family that he gave face to Yi Li. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Yili proudly. Miss Yi, you must know that I have benefits for the Prince Ding Mansion and the Maoist army, right? Yili raised her eyebrows and stopped Mo Xiaobao, who wanted to jump up. She smiled faintly and said, with noble consort Lu's brain, you can't think of such a thing, right? Let me guess whose idea it was? Tanjiji? Looking at noble consort Lu's gloomy face, Yili smiled faintly and said, Tanjiji is now in the hands of the Prince Ding Mansion. Does noble consort Lu think it's interesting to use this to negotiate? But I still have to thank noble consort Lu for providing such interesting information. In addition, seeing that noble consort Lu wanted to interrupt, Yili lowered her voice and said, the 3 states that noble consort Lu mentioned are all connected to the northern tribes. The border is thousands of miles long. Once the Maoist army takes over, they'll have to face the attack of the northern tribes and the condemnation of the people of the Dechu state. Noble consort Lu, do you want to help the Prince Ding Mansion, or do you want to harm the Prince Ding Mansion? Noble consort Lu opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She really didn't understand these things. She just thought about it after listening to Tan Jiji's analysis. You're talking nonsense. Why would a Maoist army be afraid of the northern tribes and a group of common people? Noble consort Lu said with a pale face. Yili smiled and didn't say anything else. It was a waste of time to talk about the people's hearts with this woman who was crazy for a man and didn't care about anything else. Raising her hand and gently twirling the hair around her ear, Yili looked at noble consort Lu and said faintly, it seems that noble consort Lu can't come up with any constructive ideas. Then please go back. If you don't have the ability, don't think about other people's men. If you really need something, there's a Qingfeng restaurant in the west of the city. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Jiao put down the teacup with a twisted face and looked at Yili with a frightened face. Qingfeng restaurant. That's a men's restaurant, right? How did you know, Princess Consort? Chapter 619. Noble consort Lu's face suddenly became ferocious and ugly. Although she didn't know what the so-called cool breeze mansion was, it didn't prevent her from understanding the meaning of Yi Kai's words. She dared to compare her with those lustful sluts. How dare she? Yili, you bitch. Before noble consort Lu could finish her words, she heard a bang. The woman in white, who was already covered in blood, flew out immediately. She crashed out of the hall and fell on the bluestone ground in the garden outside the door. He didn't show any mercy this time. Noble consort Lu fell on the ground and made a loud noise. The guards outside the door looked down, but they couldn't help but feel jealous. Did they just hear the sound of bones breaking? Noble consort Lu spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as she landed. She opened her cold eyes widely and stared at the man in white who strolled out from inside, as if she had never known this person. Mo Xiaoyao walked up to her and looked down at the embarrassed woman on the ground, but there was no pity or emotion in his eyes. Who dared to curse her? Mo Xiaoyao's words were as cold as ice, which made noble consort Lu tremble in pain. Mo Xiaoyao, you are so cruel. Noble consort Lu forced herself to sit up with one hand, and the other hand was strangely hanging on one side. Obviously, the arm that hit the ground first was fractured. Mo Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Looking at the woman in front of him, whose eyes were full of hatred, he felt ridiculous. Do you think that because you helped I once or twice, I will be kind to you, and even let you humiliate Ai's wife? The Prince Ding Mansion didn't owe her anything. Noble consort Lu did help him back then, but the Prince Ding Mansion also repaid her. They just took what they needed. It was funny to talk about this now. That woman, is that woman so important to you? For her, you would even give up the north, which is so easy to get. Noble consort Lu struggled to ask. Mo Xiaoyao sneered. Was Mr. Li not clear enough? What's more, for her, not to mention what I haven't gotten, even if it's the entire world, I can give it up. You. Noble concubine Lu stared at the man in white in front of her in shock. Mo Xiaoyao snorted, as if he was fed up with the blood-stained woman in front of him. He waved his hand and ordered the guard beside him, throw her out. Yes, Prince. The guard standing by the side didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly came forward and pulled noble consort Lu out. Concubine Lu was severely injured and couldn't move. She could only turn around and stare at Mo Xiaoyao with hatred. Mo Xiaoyao, you will regret this. Mo Xiaoyao smiled coldly and ignored her. Noble consort Lu was dragged out of the Princeton mansion and thrown out without hesitation. She fell on the ground under the steps of the Princeton mansion. The heavy impact made her groan. Obviously, she was injured again. The people who came to the Princeton mansion with her hurriedly rushed over and tried to help her up. A few of them helped her up, which made her feel so painful that she wanted to die. She couldn't help but shout angrily, "Get out of my way!" Everyone was shocked. They didn't understand how noble consort Lu could be injured like this after a trip to the Princeton mansion. Fortunately, the Princeton mansion was located in the area where the nobles of the Chu capital lived. At this time, there weren't many people on the street. Otherwise, the royal family's reputation would be completely lost. Noble consort Lu struggled to stand up from the ground with difficulty. She was stunned. At the corner of the street, not far away, a 12 or 13-year-old young man in brocade clothes was looking at her silently with a gloomy face. Noble consort, it's the king of Qin. The maid beside her reminded her in a low voice. My son. Noble consort Lu called him softly. The king of Qin looked at noble consort Lu silently for a while. Then he turned around and disappeared at the corner of the street. Noble consort Lu looked at the empty street in a daze. An inexplicable uneasiness quietly spread in her heart. Inside the Princeton mansion, Feng Huiting and the Empress were shocked when they saw Feng Jiao's appearance, but no one asked. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Yili had to ask herself, Feng-san, are you okay? Feng Jiao looked at Yili gratefully and said with a smile, Thank you for your concern, princess. It's just a superficial wound. It's not a big deal. On the side, Feng Huiting and the Empress secretly let out a sigh of relief. Mo Xiaoyao sat on the side and casually tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers. He looked at Feng Jiao with a faint smile and said, Feng-san, do you have anything to say? Feng Jiao's face immediately fell. He said with a bitter face, I'll accept any punishment from the prince. Very good. Mo Xiaoyao clapped and said with a smile, Since you accept the punishment, then how about going to Qin Feng's place to receive your punishment? I don't want to see you for the next few months. Feng Jiao widened his eyes in surprise. For a moment, he didn't understand what the prince was thinking. Going to Qin Feng's place to receive his punishment? Qin Feng didn't seem to have this function, did he? Most importantly, Mo Xiaoyao was actually willing to not enslave him for a few months. His surprise was seen by the other two people who didn't know the situation. They thought that Mo Xiaoyao's punishment was very severe. Their expressions were a bit unsightly. After a long while, Feng Jiao nervously accepted Mo Xiaoyao's order. This subordinate obeys. No matter how Mo Xiaoyao wanted to torment him, he couldn't escape. He might as well face it calmly. Prince, two figures called out at the same time. Feng Huiting and the Empress couldn't help but look at each other. In the end, it was Feng Huiting who spoke. Prince, this time, it was all because of this old man. I asked that the prince give this old man some face and be lenient. Feng Jiao looked at Feng Huiting with surprise. His face was calm, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He obviously didn't expect Feng Huiting to plead for him. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, Master Feng is too serious. This matter was caused by Feng-san. How can Master Feng be blamed? Moreover, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Feng-san has caused such a big matter. If I don't punish him, how can I convince the public? Feng Huiting was also a person of authority. He naturally knew the importance of being clear about rewards and punishments. However, Mo Xiaoyao's following words made his heart sink. Don't worry, I will spare his life. Prince, isn't this a bit too heavy? It was clear that Mo Xiaoyao and Feng Huiting had a serious disagreement. Mo Xiaoyao had never thought of taking Feng Jiao's life. Naturally, he would spare his life. Feng Huiting, on the other hand, believed that Mo Xiaoyao only needed to keep him alive. Taking a deep breath, Feng Huiting said seriously. Prince, no matter what, Feng Jiao is this old man's son. Now that he has made a mistake, I, as his father, should punish him. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at Feng Huiting and said, I remember that the Feng family has already expelled Feng San from the family. His name hasn't been removed from the genealogy. Feng Huiting said firmly. As long as Feng Jiao's name was still on the genealogy, Feng Jiao would always be a descendant of the Feng family. Mo Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It still won't do. Feng Jiao is already 30 years old. He has long been able to take responsibility for his own actions. Moreover, this matter is official and not family matters. Naturally, I will have to deal with it. Feng San, do you have anything to say? Chapter 620. Feng Jiao had already been stunned when Feng Huiting pleaded on his behalf. How could he have anything else to say? He shook his head in a daze. Mo Xiaoyao was in a good mood as he turned to look at Feng Huiting. Look, Feng San himself doesn't have any objections. Feng Huiting gritted his teeth and said, It's this old man's fault for not teaching his son well. This old man is willing to accept the punishment in his place. I asked Prince to grant my wish. Mo Xiaoyao stared at Feng Huiting and said indifferently, Master Feng, you must think this through. The punishments in the Prince Ding mansion have always been severe, not to mention an old and weak person like Master Feng. Even those young people who have undergone special training can't endure it. Accepting the punishment in place of someone else should be doubled. Feng Huiting said firmly, It's the father's fault for not teaching. This old man deserves it. I asked Prince to grant my wish. The smile on Mo Xiaoyao's face became even more joyful. Feng San, what do you say? Feng Jiao finally came back to his senses. He frowned and said coldly, A man is responsible for his own actions. Who wants him to accept the punishment in place of him? This young master has nothing to do with him. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Feng Huiting awkwardly. Master Feng, you see. Yili secretly tugged at his sleeve, indicating for him to stop before going too far. Feng Huiting glanced at Feng Jiao and said to Mo Xiaoyao, As long as his surname is Feng, he won't be able to make the decision. I asked Prince to grant his wish. Good. Mo Xiaoyao turned and gave Yili a reassuring smile. Guards, take Master Feng away to receive his punishment. Prince. Feng Jiao stomped his feet in anger. Of course, he knew that Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't really torture him to death. However, the possible punishment didn't mean that his father, who was nearly 60 years old, would be able to endure it. The guards outside had already come in and escorted Feng Huiting away. Just as Feng Jiao was about to run out of the door, a gust of wind blew past. Feng Jiao felt his legs go numb, and he fell to his knees. He could only watch as Feng Jiao was taken away. Why are you running? I haven't settled the score with you yet, Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile as he looked at Feng Jiao, who was kneeling on the ground with one leg. Feng Jiao said with a bitter face, Prince, that old man is almost 60 years old. Are you really going to kill him? Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him and said, Isn't killing him exactly what you want? Don't you hate him to death? Feng Jiao gritted his teeth. He's my father. No matter how unhappy he was that the old man was biased, he couldn't really want his father to die. I remember that someone just told me that it had nothing to do with him. Now it's your father? Prince. Feng Jiao was so anxious that he wanted to cry. He could only hope that his brothers wouldn't act so quickly. According to the speed of noble consort Lu's misfortune, the execution might be over if they dilly-dallied for a while. Prince, I was wrong. What do you want? I'll work for you until I die. Okay? Mo Xiaoyao said with disdain, You were going to work for me until you die. Then what do you want? Have your father come with us to the northwest. I didn't ask. Huh? Feng Jiao was dumbfounded. How come he didn't know that Mo Xiaoyao had taken a fancy to his father? You don't agree? Mo Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes dangerously. I agree. I agree. Feng Jiao nodded repeatedly. But I'm afraid my father won't agree. Mo Xiaoyao leisurely clapped his hands and smiled. That's none of I's business. Ah, You can tell him that if he doesn't agree, I will kill you. Go. Waving his hand, Imo Xiaoyao sent Feng Zhiyao away with satisfaction. Seeing Yi Li and the Empress covering their mouths to hold back their laughter, Feng Zhiyao realized that he had been fooled. Helplessly hanging his head, Feng Zhiyao went out to find his father. Behind him came Imo Xiaoyao's obviously happy voice. It's all over. Your father must remember to go to the study and finish all the work that is piled up these days. You said it yourself. Work until you die. Feng Zhiyao's legs went soft. He was a pig's brain. Watching Feng Zhiyao leave with a smile, Yili looked at Imo Xiaoyao and said helplessly, "Why did you have to tease him like that?" Imo Xiaoyao coldly snorted and said, "Tease him? I didn't tease him. If he doesn't help me out in these few months, I will let him down." Yili shook her head and asked, "Do you think Feng Zhiyao can persuade Master Feng?" To be honest, a business genius like Feng Huiting was indeed what they needed right now. Whether it was Han Mingxi or Leng Haoyu, they couldn't be considered talents in this area. Leng Haoyu's management of the Princeton Mansion's businesses wasn't a problem, but it was a bit difficult to support the economy of the entire Northwest and even a larger area. Moreover, Leng Haoyu himself came from a family of generals. For the sake of the Princeton Mansion, he had been an unknown businessman all these years. It was really a bit unfair for him. Yili understood that Imo Xiaoyao was probably already preparing to find a talent to replace him when he was sent to the Purple Thorns Pass this time. However, Yili was still a bit surprised that he would find Feng Huiting. Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "Unless he doesn't want Feng Zhiyao's life anymore." Yili shook her head and said with some pessimism, "He's only Feng Zhiyao's father. On the other side are two legitimate sons and the entire Feng family. Feng Zhiyao alone probably isn't enough." Imo Xiaoyao said, "That depends on whether Feng Huiting is a true businessman or not. It's not enough for a businessman to not have enough foresight. If that's the case, then it's fine to not use him." The Empress looked at the two and said softly with a smile, "The prince has put in a lot of effort for his subordinates. He really is a rare, wise ruler in the world. If the Feng family follows you, they will definitely not suffer in the future." Imo Xiaoyao looked at her and said, "Then what about the Hua family?" The Empress was startled and shook her head helplessly. The Hua family. I can't make the decision. She understood her father well enough. Even if the Dechu state was really going to be destroyed, he probably wouldn't leave the Dechu state. They had fought for this country their entire lives. The older generation actually viewed the Dechu state as more important than their own lives. It was impossible to convince them to leave. Imo Xiaoyao clearly understood Duke Hua well enough. He nodded and said, "I won't force the Hua family to make a decision." "Thank you, Xiaoyao." The Empress smiled faintly. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. In the Li Palace, Missouri Jingli, who had just obtained almost all of the Feng family, sat in the study in a good mood and looked at the accounts that the Feng family had just sent over. His lips curled into a cold smile. So what if Mo Jingqi's last-minute stroke ruined all of his plans? He was still alive. Mo Jingqi was already dead. Only the living could see the future's ending. Only the living could see everything. Mo Jingqi was counting on Mo Xiaoyao to clean up the mess for him. Unfortunately, Mo Xiaoyao was not interested in this at all. Moreover, with his current strength, even if he wanted to go head-to-head with Mo Xiaoyao, he might be able to put up a fight. However, thinking of the stalemate in the Purple Thorn Pass, Mo Jingli snorted. He couldn't go and provoke Mo Xiaoyao for now. Chapter 621. Prince, noble consort Lu is here. Outside the door, the steward reported. Mo Jingli frowned unhappily and said, "What is she doing here?" Although he was not afraid of any gossip now, noble consort Lu was his brother's widow after all. How could noble consort Lu come to the Prince Regent's mansion when the late emperor's body was still cold? Moreover, Mo Jingli had always disliked noble consort Lu. Naturally, he was not happy to hear that she came to his mansion so suddenly. Noble consort Lu seems to be seriously injured. She said that she must see the prince. The steward reported carefully. Mo Jingli snorted and said, She went to the Prince Regent's mansion to ask for trouble, didn't she? He stood up angrily and ordered, "Take her to the flower hall. I will go there later." Mo Jingli stepped into the flower hall and saw a noble consort Lu's miserable appearance. He couldn't help but be shocked. Her snow-white robe was stained with blood. He could tell at a glance that it was caused by a whip. Her clothes were even torn in some places. There were bloodstains on her pale face that hadn't been wiped clean, and her right hand hung unnaturally. "What happened?" Mo Jingli said unhappily in a deep voice. Noble consort Lu came to his mansion in such a state. If the news spread out, it would cause another disturbance. Noble consort Lu raised her head and looked at him. She sneered and said, "What else could it be? Don't you know it?" Mo Xiaoyao did it. Mo Jingli looked at noble consort Lu carefully. He found that this woman seemed to have changed a little. Before, when she mentioned Mo Xiaoyao, this woman's eyes were always filled with undisguised infatuation and admiration. But now, they were filled with hatred. Although there was still some infatuation in the depth of her eyes, Mo Jingli believed that at this moment, noble consort Lu hated Mo Xiaoyao more than she loved him. Mo Jingli sat down opposite her and said indifferently, "I warned you long ago. Don't mess with Mo Xiaoyao. You should understand now, right? In this lifetime, other than Yi Li, which other woman had Mo Xiaoyao been so affectionate towards? Even Su Zuidi, didn't she also die in the hands of Mo Xiaoyao? Don't compare that woman with I." Noble consort Lu said with disgust. Mo Jingli curled his lips and thought to himself, "Do you think you're any better than Su Zuidi?" Mo Jingli didn't bother to pay attention to her thoughts. He asked impatiently, "What are you doing here instead of going to the Lu family?" Noble consort Lu looked down and said calmly, "The Lu family? Ha! Earlier, my father told me that he planned to betroth my little niece to King Li. Prince Li had good luck with women. My little niece is indeed a budding beauty. She could be considered one of the top beauties in the capital." Mo Jingli frowned, but he soon understood what noble consort Lu meant and what the Lu family was planning. He stared at noble consort Lu and said, "What do you want to do?" Noble consort Lu said with a smile, "I know you want the Lu family to support you, but you don't want to be controlled by the Lu family. I can help you get the Lu family in one piece. You don't have to marry the Lu family." "What's the condition?" Mo Jingli asked directly. Noble consort Lu naturally wouldn't help him for no reason. Noble consort Lu said with a smile, "Prince Li is really straightforward. The condition is, I want you to help me kill Yi Li." Mo Jingli was startled. He looked down and said, "Kill Yi Li? Am I crazy? Killing Yi Li will lead to Mo Xiaoyao's revenge? Who can bear it?" When Yi Li fell off the cliff, Mo Xiaoyao decisively cut off all ties with the Dechu state. Not only did he occupy a large piece of land in the northwest of the Dechu state, but he also almost caused a great disaster. After so many years, of course Mo Jingli could find out some of the things that happened in the past. After Yi Li fell off the cliff, Mo Xiaoyao's health was very bad. Otherwise, Mo Xiaoyao would have dared to attack the Dechu state. Not to mention that they already had a child now. Their relationship must be even better than before. Noble consort Lu sneered. "With Prince Li's current strength, do you still need to be afraid of the Princeton mansion? As long as you have the power of the Lu family, at least half of the people in the court will support you. Then you can openly wait for the throne." "Stupid woman," Mo Jingli said without any trace of politeness. The Maoist army might not have been so scary, but the situation between the countries seemed calm now. But in fact, it could be triggered at any moment. And the Dechu state was already facing an attack from the north. As long as the Maoist army interfered, the Dechu state would be an enemy on both sides. When the time came, the northern tribes would definitely benefit from it. The Dechu state now could not afford to offend Mo Xiaoyao more than ever. "You really won't agree?" Noble consort Lu narrowed her eyes. "Then do you still want your son?" Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility, but he quickly suppressed it. "Change the condition. I can't kill Yi Li. Not to mention anything else. Yi Li herself is a first-class expert. She also has the Shadow Guard and Qi Lin by her side. If it was so easy to kill her, would you come back to Wei? Noble consort Lu gritted her teeth and thought for a moment. Kill Yi Li's son. Why? Mo Jingli frowned and asked. I want her to live a life worse than death. Noble consort Lu's beautiful face was twisted like a ghost's. I want her to lose the most important person in her life. I want her to live in heart-wrenching pain day and night, and never have peace for the rest of her life. The hall was silent for a moment. Mo Jingli said, I refuse. You. Noble consort Lu stared at Mo Jingli angrily. Mo Jingli sneered, don't think that this trick will work every time. Until now, I haven't even seen my son. I said, if you dare to lie to me, I will make your life worse than death. Noble consort Lu's body trembled slightly. The pain that she tried to ignore came faintly, and she couldn't help but moan in pain. With a pale face, Noble consort Lu stood up and said, since you don't believe then there's nothing to talk about. I'll leave now. Mo Jingli stared at her and said, I don't care what you want to do. Just don't touch Yi. Noble consort Lu raised her eyebrows in surprise. She turned around and looked at Mo Jingli for a while, then said, don't touch Yi? It seems that Prince Li doesn't want to promise me, not because he is afraid of Prince Ding, but because he really misses Yi Li. It's rare that Prince Li would miss a woman he doesn't want to leave? Or are men so cheap that they can't get what they want? Mo Jingli sneered. That's none of your business. It's better than him not even taking a look at you even if you send yourself to his door. You humph. Noble consort Lu gritted her teeth and left in a huff. She left proudly with countless thoughts and calculations in her mind, but she didn't know that the real unlucky thing was staring at her from behind. Chapter 622. As soon as noble consort Lu returned to her palace, she found that her palace, which was supposed to be empty, was full of people. From the Empress Dowager to the concubines in the palace, they were all present. Sitting next to the Empress Dowager was Madame Li, who was called Consort Li by the servants because of her relationship with the 10th prince. Sitting on the left side of the Empress Dowager was Consort Zheng Xian, the birth mother of the 6th prince. As soon as she stepped into the hall, Consort Zheng Xian glared at her fiercely. Her face, which was not young anymore, was full of gloating. Noble consort Lu frowned slightly. She had a bad feeling. Empress Dowager, why did you bring so many people to Ai's palace? Staring at the Empress Dowager, noble consort Lu raised her chin proudly. The Empress Dowager sneered and said, I want to ask you, the Emperor's body is not cold yet. As a concubine, where did you go instead of mourning in the palace? Consort Zheng Xian next to her stared at noble consort Lu for a while. Then she rolled her eyes and screamed, Empress Dowager, sister noble consort Lu seems to be injured. Look, even her clothes are torn. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu gathered the cloak on her body. Her face darkened. She should have changed her clothes before coming back, but she had broken off relations with the Prime Minister's mansion. Noble consort Lu was too proud to go back to the Prime Minister's mansion, and the Prince Li's mansion would not provide her with any clothes. Noble consort Lu didn't like the clothes of those poor people and maids. Therefore, she came back with the cloak covering the blood on her clothes. She didn't expect to be blocked in the main hall. The Empress Dowager's old face flashed a sneer. She said coldly, Where did you go, and what did you do? Tell me the truth. Everyone present looked at noble consort Lu with a strange expression. These women had lived in the palace for half of their lives. It had become their instinct to step on the weak. She naturally bore a grudge against noble consort Lu, who had been favored by the emperor for more than 10 years. If Mo Jingqi was still here, noble consort Lu would still be favored, and no one would dare to say anything. But once noble consort Lu fell from grace, there would be many people who would hit her when she was down. A woman whose husband was still in mourning quietly ran out of the palace and came back with bloodstains and tattered clothes. Everyone's mind was filled with their own imagination. Noble consort Lu glanced at these women disdainfully. Of course, she knew what these women were thinking. With a sneer, she raised her head and looked at the Empress Dowager. What I do has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager. Bitch! The Empress Dowager angrily rebuked. Ijia is the late emperor's birth mother and the new emperor's biological grandmother. Do you think Ijia can't control you? It was you, this bitch, who instigated the discord between the late emperor and brotherly causing us, mother and son, to have a weak relationship. Do you think there's anyone who can support you now? The late emperor's body hasn't even turned cold, and you're already running to the Prince Ding mansion. You're really, really shameless. You've disgraced the imperial family. The Empress Dowager cursed and stared at noble consort Lu with hatred in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Mo Jingqi only favored noble consort Lu and even contradicted her, his own mother, she wouldn't have turned to raise her youngest son. Wasn't it because she was afraid that her eldest son would be bewitched by this bitch and lose her foothold in the imperial palace? If it weren't for this bitch, how could they, mother and son, end up like this? Noble consort Lu sneered coldly. You didn't teach your son well. How can you blame I? Bitch, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what you are. The Empress Dowager sneered. Noble consort Lu's phoenix-like eyes flickered. How dare you touch me? The Empress Dowager laughed. Try me. Guards dragged this shameless bitch away and beat her 30 times with the paddle. He wanted everyone to see that this was the consequence of being shameless. Besides, demote noble consort Lu to noble lady. How dare you? Guards! Noble consort, Lu said harshly. Her henchmen who were guarding in her hall didn't respond. The Empress Dowager showed a complacent smile to her. The eunuchs guarding outside the hall came in and wanted to take her away. Noble consort Lu struggled and said, Old woman, if you dare to touch I won't let you go. The Empress Dowager didn't take her threats seriously at all. The Lu family has given up on you. What can you use to not let me go? Besides, do you think I'm still afraid of the Lu family now? Noble consort Lu was stunned. She looked at the Empress Dowager, who seemed to be winning and didn't seem to be in a panic these days. She knew that the Empress Dowager might have gotten some bargaining chips. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager wouldn't dare to be so rude to her. If you dare to touch I, take her away. Beat her, the Empress Dowager said. Soon, the sound of the paddle came from outside the hall. It was very clear in the empty hall. The timid concubines in the hall had already turned pale. The Empress Dowager was drinking tea peacefully. Hearing the sound of the paddle outside, a trace of pleasure flashed through her eyes. Empress Dowager, is it? Madame Li's face turned pale. She looked at the Empress Dowager and hesitated. The Empress Dowager said indifferently, You will be the Empress Dowager in the future. Learn more. Some people don't know how high the sky is until they're taught a lesson. Madame Li moved her lips. Finally, she nodded in a low voice. Yes, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager nodded with satisfaction. Noble consort Lu was already covered with wounds. She fainted before she could endure more than 30 strokes of the plank. The Empress Dowager had been holding a grudge against noble consort Lu for a long time. How could she let her off so easily? Without blinking, she ordered people to wake noble consort Lu up with water and continue to paddle her. After 30 paddles, noble consort Lu passed out because of the pain. She wished she could die now. After the last paddle, noble consort Lu finally fell into darkness again. In the Zhongda Palace, the Empress Dowager waved the servants away and stepped into the bedchamber alone. At this time, there was an ordinary-looking palace maid sitting in the splendid bedchamber. She couldn't be recognized in a crowd. Seeing the Empress Dowager come in, the palace maid was neither surprised nor stood up. She said with a smile, I already know what happened just now. I think the prince will be very satisfied. The Empress Dowager lowered her eyes. She was so careful that she didn't look like the mother of the country. She asked in a low voice, then, Prince Ding's promise? The palace maid said with a smile, Don't worry, Empress Dowager. Although our prince has a grudge against Mo Jingqi, he will take responsibility for what he did. He will never make things difficult for you. As long as you do what the prince asked you to do, not only the matter of the burial can be solved, but also the power that belonged to the empress in the original can be given to you. By then, you can completely control the whole palace. What do you need to be afraid of? Although the palace maid looked ordinary, her expression and words were very persuasive. Especially the power in the original Empress Dowager's hand had always been coveted by the Empress Dowager. Now, she could easily get it. Tell Prince Ding to rest assured. Noble consort Lu is mine. I will take good care of her. Even if he wants to protect her, I can make her die quietly. Speaking of this, the Empress Dowager's eyes flashed a murderous look. She didn't understand why her son refused to save his mother, but helped a bitch who had nothing to do with him. Was this noble consort Lu really a vixen? It was not enough to bewitch her eldest son, but now she also wanted to bewitch her youngest son. Chapter 623. Princess Jinning was a little scared of this younger brother she had brought up. She twisted the corner of her clothes and said uneasily, "Shower. That's our biological mother." And Mo Xiaoyan snorted, "Biological? When did she treat us as her biological children? Do you know what kind of situation you are in now? If you and your younger brother are implicated because of her." The Duke of Qin was very concerned about this elder sister who had taken care of him since he was young. Noble consort Lu had been very cold to her children since they were young. Most of the time, it was Princess Jinning, who was 2 years older, who took care of them. Now that he had been conferred the title of Duke of Qin, he could only live outside the palace. His younger brother, who was only 8 years old, had to be taken care of by Jinning. Can't we really save her?" Princess Jinning asked carefully. And Mo Xiaoyan sneered, "Do you know what she did?" "What?" Princess Jinning was stunned. Subconsciously, she didn't think that her mother would do anything unforgivable. And Mo Xiaoyan said coldly, "She ran to the Prince Ding mansion to threaten Prince Ding to marry her, and even insulted Princess Ding. If she really marries Prince Ding, no matter if she becomes the equal consort or secondary consort, what will happen to us? Sister, have you thought about it?" And Mo Xiaoyan, who had been taught by Prime Minister Lu since he was young, wasn't stupid. He recalled that when Prince Ding had just returned to the capital, his mother had hurriedly left the palace. Afterwards, his father had promoted several princes and concubines. He knew that noble consort Lu's idea didn't only come about after his father passed away. Originally, he did not believe it, but when he saw with his own eyes that his beautiful and arrogant imperial concubine mother was thrown out of Ding Wang Fu in a sorry state and refused to give up, his heart turned completely cold. Grandfather was right. His mother had never taken him and his brother seriously. For himself, for his sister and brother, he couldn't have anything to do with her anymore. How could it be? Princess Jinning opened her eyes wide in shock. She had lived in the palace since she was young and learned the female precepts taught by the palace nannies. What she remembered were the rules of conduct as a woman. No matter which one it was, his mother's behavior was undoubtedly spurned by the world. And Mo Xiaoyan looked at her. "Do you understand? If you understand, then don't go see her again. But if I don't go, she'll die." No matter how ignorant Princess Jinning was, she still lived in the big vat that was the imperial palace. She naturally knew what would happen to a woman who was banished to the cold palace, not to mention that her mother was seriously injured. Under her brother's determined gaze, Princess Jinning finally lowered her head. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Understand," seeing that she agreed. And Mo Xiaoyan's expression eased up. Knowing that his sister was upset, he said in a deep voice, "Sister, I'm doing this for our own good. Rather than letting her cause countless troubles outside, it was better to keep her in the cold palace. Could it be that you want others to know that we have another imperial mother?" And Mo Xiaoyan did not finish his sentence, but Princess Jinning understood what he wanted to say. Princess Jinning nodded and said, "I understand. That's good. Sister, you should rest early. I'm leaving the palace." And Mo Xiaoyan said softly, "Take good care of little brother. Don't let him cause trouble everywhere." "I understand." Princess Jinning nodded. She pulled Mo Xiaoyan a little worriedly and asked, "How are you going to leave the palace at this time?" It was already the 4th watch period, and the palace gates had long been locked. And Mo Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Since I can come in, I can naturally go out. Don't worry. Sister, take care." After watching her brother leave, Princess Jinning turned and entered the palace. On the way in, she did not even meet a single palace maid. Because they were not valued by their birth mother, their palace maids and eunuchs were not meticulous. Now, that noble consort Lu was in trouble. These people simply became lazy in broad daylight. It was also because of this that Princess Zhenning was gone for so long without being discovered. After returning to her room, Princess Zhenning found the backup medicine she kept. She gritted her teeth and still turned to leave. She also didn't want people to know that she had a shameless mouffe. She wasn't an ignorant young girl who didn't know anything. She naturally knew that if noble consort Lu really succeeded and entered Ding Wang Fu, what would happen to her and her siblings? Especially her, as a princess who was about to reach marriageable age. It was impossible for their mother to take them to the Prince Ding mansion, and as princes and princesses, it was also impossible for them to go to the Prince Ding mansion. But even so, they could not let their mother die because her injuries could not be treated. After delivering the medicine, they should go back. Princess Zhenning thought silently in her heart. I'm afraid she won't be able to live. A faint voice entered Princess Zhenning's ears. Princess Zhenning jumped in fright and hurriedly hid behind a flowering tree by the roadside. It was the end of the month. The crescent moon was dim and did not leave any trace as she hid in the shade of the tree. A pair of night patrolling eunuchs slowly came from not far away. Perhaps it was because it was easy to fall asleep late at night. The two eunuchs began to gossip as they walked. That's natural. Don't look at that person who used to be the most favored in the 6 palaces. Now that the late emperor has passed away, he even offended the Empress Dowager. I heard that Zhangde Palace has sent word that that person must be put to death. Poo-poo, don't talk nonsense. If it gets out, Zhangde Palace's eunuch Feng is my godfather. How could his words be false? That's true. Eunuch Feng is the Empress Dowager's right-hand man. I heard that Zhangde Palace is going to be overturned. Isn't that so? I heard that person offended Prince Ding. Sigh, have you heard about that? His companion on the side revealed a tacit smile. How could I not have heard? I'm afraid it's already spread throughout the imperial city. It's just that they don't dare to casually spread it out because they're worried about the imperial family's reputation. Who doesn't know that Prince Ding is devoted to the princess consort? After all these years, he hasn't even had a bed warmer. This matter, in the past, that person was always as cold as ice, but I didn't expect. The words that followed were somewhat unbearable to the ears. Fortunately, the two eunuchs gradually walked away. Under the dim moonlight, the delicate young girl's face was pale as she looked at the small path that was already devoid of people, trembling slightly. Chapter 6:24. What are you doing here? Noble consort Lu, who couldn't sleep because of the pain, raised her head and saw Princess Zhenning standing at the door, looking at her with a pale face. Princess Zhenning walked in and silently placed the medicine bottle beside the bed. Noble consort Lu glanced at her and said indifferently, "Apply medicine for me." Princess Zhenning bit her lip, wanting to say something. Seeing noble consort Lu lying on the bed with blood, she still went to treat her wounds first. Noble consort Lu's injuries were extremely serious. Not only did she get beaten until she was covered in blood, but she also got whipped in the Prince Ding mansion. Originally, although she was in pain at the Prince Ding mansion, it was still bearable. However, after coming back, it gradually became more and more painful, as if the pain had reached her bones. This made noble consort Lu extremely painful. Noble consort Lu, who knew a bit of martial arts, guessed that it was very likely that the guards of the Prince Ding mansion secretly did this to her. When she thought of this, her hatred for Yi Li and the Prince Ding mansion grew even stronger. Princess Zhenning carefully tore apart the already tattered clothes on her body. As a princess, she didn't know how to deal with these things, so it was inevitable that she hurt noble consort Lu. Fortunately, noble consort Lu also knew that she couldn't find anyone else to help her, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. After cutting open the clothes that were stained with dark red blood, the mangled flesh in front of her eyes almost made Princess Zhenning want to vomit. She could only hurriedly clean the wounds with trembling hands and apply medicine. Then she began to treat the whip wounds that didn't look too serious. After taking care of these, the delicate girl's face was already covered in sweat. The medicine that Princess Zhenning brought was top-grade healing medicine. Although it still hurt after the medicine was applied, noble consort Lu gradually felt that it was bearable. She lay on the bed and closed her eyes drowsily. You can go back. Come back tomorrow night and bring some clean clothes over. Princess Zhenning bit her lip and said in a small voice, Mother, Zhenning, can't come tomorrow. What do you mean? Noble consort Lu opened her eyes and asked coldly. Princess Zhenning said, When I went back just now, Zhenning ran into shower. Mother, you have to be careful. Imperial grandmother wants to kill you. Noble consort Lu stared at her daughter and asked, Who told you that? Princess Zhenning shook her head and said, I heard it from a passing eunuch in the Imperial garden just now. She said, Imperial mother, you have offended Prince Ding and the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager wants to kill you. Concubine Lu squinted her eyes, gritted her teeth, and said, It is him. What did your brother say? Princess Zhenning shook her head and refused to speak. How could noble consort Lu not understand? Although there was a flash of depression in her heart because of her son's heartlessness, she quickly threw it to the back of her mind. He looked at Princess Zhenning with a faint smile and said, Now that I'm in trouble, you siblings are afraid that I'll implicate you. So you want to draw a clear distance from me, right? Princess Zhenning looked sorrowfully at the woman in front of her, who was smiling like a flower but made her feel cold for no reason. Perhaps it was because of this that they wanted to distance themselves from each other, but it was more because of their own mother's heartlessness. And the things she had done, as children, how could they accept it? Soon, noble consort Lu stopped smiling. She looked at Princess Zhenning and sighed softly. She said with a heavy heart, I understand why you're doing this. As your imperial mother, I've never doted on you two since you were young. You two should take care of yourselves. Imperial mother. Princess Zhenning looked at her sadly. Noble consort Lu pulled her in front of her and said in a low voice, Imperial mother only begs you. In 2 days, bring me 2 sets of clean clothes. Imperial mother has been proud all my life. Even if I would die, I want to die cleanly. I definitely won't let those sluts see me as a joke. Imperial mother. Princess Zhenning sobbed. Imperial mother, don't worry. Tomorrow night, Zhenning will bring the clothes over. A trace of satisfaction flashed through noble consort Lu's eyes. She said softly, No need to rush. You might be discovered if you come out 2 nights in a row. In a few days, the new emperor will ascend the throne, right? There's still 3 days. In 3 days, 10th brother will ascend the throne. Princess Zhenning replied. Noble consort Lu nodded and said, All right, you can take advantage of that time to come over. As for your grandfather and younger brother, you don't need to tell them, in case they become unhappy. Princess Zhenning nodded and said, Daughter understands. Imperial mother, don't worry. Daughter will leave first. Go. Watching Princess Zhenning disappear step by step, noble consort Lu's originally gentle eyes gradually turned icy cold. The smile on her lips also became increasingly grim and strange. You want me to die? It won't be that easy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, everyone was busy preparing for the new emperor's ascension ceremony. Naturally, for the time being, no one was in the mood to pay attention to a woman who had been locked up in the cold palace and demoted to a noble lady. On the day of the ceremony, the entire Dechu State's imperial city was filled with jubilation. Even the mourning of the late emperor's passing was completely washed away. This kind of unbridled celebration during the mourning period naturally caused many scholars to be dissatisfied. However, the ascension of a new emperor was basically a national celebration. Moreover, the new emperor was still young. Everything would be presided over by the Prince Regent. Now that the Dechu state was facing difficulties both internally and externally, it needed some sort of joyous occasion to impact it. Therefore, many people tacitly agreed. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li as Prince Ding and Princess Consort Lu were also the leaders of the Mahist army. Naturally, they also had to attend the Ascension ceremony. However, the two of them didn't attend as officials or hosts. Instead, they attended as guests with the other envoys who had come to congratulate them. Of course, this caused many of the old officials of the Dechu state to be extremely disappointed. However, it also caused even more people to feel relieved. Even though the Dechu state's national strength wasn't as great as it used to be, it was still a large country. Almost all the countries that could make it in time sent envoys to congratulate them. Although people such as Jinim King of Gojoseon, Princess Anshi, and Emperor of the Northern Tribes didn't come in person, they still sent envoys with high status. It wasn't impolite. Yili and Mo Xiuyao sat side by side at the front of the seats, specially prepared for the envoys of various countries. They were both dressed in white clothes embroidered with dark silver patterns. Just sitting there casually was enough to attract the attention of all the people present. What was more, there was a delicate and lovely baby in front of each of them. Although no one knew who the delicate baby in white clothes in Yuli's arms was, most people knew who the baby in black clothes in Mo Xiuyao's arms was. The baby was also handsome and had a faint arrogance. He was the heir of the Prince Ding mansion, the only heir of Mo Xiuyao, and the young master of the Mahist army, Mo Yuchen. A child with such a domineering name was destined to be the focus of the world's attention as soon as he was born. Great Elder Princess. There was still a long time before the ceremony officially began. Great Elder Princess walked over with the help of the palace maids. Yili and Mo Xiuyao hurriedly stood up to greet her. Great Elder Princess waved her hand and said, "Well, since you are a guest, you don't have to be so polite." Deep regret, helplessness, and a touch of sadness flashed through the old man's eyes, which were full of wrinkles but shining with wisdom. Chapter 625. Yuchen, do you still remember me? Great Elder Princess looked lovingly at Mo Xiaobao, who was held in Mo Xiuyao's arms, and asked with a smile. Mo Xiaobao blinked and nodded. "Nice to meet you, Princess." Great Elder Princess replied happily. "Yuchen, do you still remember me? Why don't you come and play with me? Do you dislike me because I'm old?" Mo Xiaobao looked at Great Elder Princess and said seriously, "Yuchen needs to study and learn martial arts, so he can't go out to play. Princess, please come to our house to play. Then I will have time to play with you." What a smart boy. Great Elder Princess scolded him with a smile. She looked at Mo Xiaobao regretfully. It was a pity that there was no such smart boy in the royal family. "Princess, this is my friend from the new school. You can call him Little Dai." Mo Xiaobao introduced Lung Junhan like an adult and deliberately omitted Lung Junhan's surname. Great Elder Princess squinted and looked at him carefully. She said with a smile, "He looks like a good boy." Yili smiled and said, "Xiaobao is not young anymore, Prince, and I just want to find a playmate for him." Great Elder Princess didn't ask about Lung Junhan's identity. She nodded with a smile and said, "It's good to have someone to accompany him. It's not good for a child to be alone. I want to choose a few children of suitable age from the nobles to be His Majesty's study companions after the 10th prince ascends the throne." Yili smiled and didn't say anything. Great Elder Princess's idea was certainly good. If the 10th prince had the ability, these children would become his confidants in the future. But it was not so easy. Since they came here as guests, they naturally couldn't ask about many things. Great Elder Princess just said it casually. She was also involved in political affairs in her early years. She was not a woman who was raised in the palace and knew nothing about the world. She naturally understood the current situation and difficulties. "Xiuyao, I heard that you intend to protect the Zhanda Palace?" Great Elder Princess looked at Mo Xiuyao and asked. Mo Xiuyao said with a smile, "Princess, where did you hear this rumor? What does this matter have to do with our Prince Ding mansion?" Since Xiuyao said that he won't interfere, he naturally means what he says. Great Elder Princess had watched him grow up, so it was not easy to fool him. She stared at him and said, "Tell me the truth. Why do you keep her alive? I don't believe you have any feelings for her." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyebrows and smiled. He didn't try to hide anything and said lightly, "No matter how close Imperial Aunt is to the new emperor, she lives outside the palace and is beyond her reach. The new emperor needs someone to protect him, or else." Her great elder princess asked with a frown. Mo Xiaoyao laughed and said, "As long as she knows that she will only be well if the new emperor is well, of course it's fine." Although the one in Zhengde Palace is not familiar with politics, she has been in the palace for her entire life. "I'm afraid that she is more experienced than you, Imperial Aunt." Back then, she was able to protect those two brothers in that kind of environment until they grew up safely and ascended to the position of Empress Dowager. Imperial Aunt knows that she can't do it this time. Great Elder Princess seemed to be convinced by him and nodded. Even so, why does Xiaoyao care so much about the new emperor? Mo Xiaoyao laughed loudly and said, "I just don't like Mo Jingli." After this period of time, there is little affection left between them. As long as Imperial Aunt can give her a satisfactory bargaining chip, as long as she is still alive, Mo Jingli will always be princely. Hearing this, Great Elder Princess was thoughtful. She naturally knew that the relationship between Empress Dowager and Princely was tense, but she was not sure whether Empress Dowager could restrain Princely. A few heavy drums sounded, and the auspicious time of the Ascension ceremony had arrived. People who were whispering with their heads lowered all sat up straight and stared at the end of the huge red carpet with dragon patterns in front of them. A child of only 6 or 7 years old strolled over, surrounded by a large group of people. Empress Dowager, dressed in a gorgeous and graceful court dress, walked beside Mo Xian and held the obviously timid child with one hand. From this moment on, she was no longer Empress Dowager, but Grand Empress Dowager. Seeing so many adults staring at him, Mo Xian habitually wanted to shrink back. But one of his hands was firmly held by Empress Dowager and could not move. Empress Dowager looked down at him and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I will be with you." The little child, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, looked pitiful, as if he had been abandoned. But he did not cry on such an occasion, as he had made some progress. Empress Dowager's eyes flickered, and she reminded him faintly, "Do you remember what Great Elder Princess taught you?" "Yes," Mo Xian whispered and looked at Imperial Grandmother in front of him with some fear. It seemed that thinking of the very amiable Great Elder Princess gave him more courage, and he nodded seriously. Empress Dowager said, "Good. Let's go. Great Elder Princess is also looking at you." Mo Xian nodded his head and allowed the Empress Dowager to lead him to the high and mighty dragon throne. Although he was still very scared, he didn't just want to run away like he did before. When passing by Great Elder Princess, Mo Xiaoyao, and Yi Li's table, Mo Xian's eyes lit up, and he looked at Great Elder Princess and wanted to say something. Great Elder Princess smiled at him lovingly and shook her head. The child bit the corner of his lips with some grievance and followed Empress Dowager forward. The 10th prince has changed a lot. Aunt's teaching these days is not in vain. Yi Li sighed in a low voice. Great Elder Princess shook her head and said, "He is still far away." He was indeed better than a few days ago, but he still had a long way to go to become the emperor of a country. On the way, he needed the guidance and support of wise teachers. No one could be born to be a wise emperor, but she did not know whether those people would give him this opportunity. Mo Xian was led by Empress Dowager up the high steps, and officials of the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Astronomer were carrying out various complicated ceremonies. Even from a distance, Yi Li could see that the child's little body was tense, and he was so tired that he was about to fall. However, he did not cry or say anything. Instead, he held on silently. Yi Li looked around and asked with some confusion, "Why didn't Madame Li come?" Madame Li was the birth mother of the new emperor. After the new emperor ascended the throne, she would be the Empress Dowager. It was impossible for her not to come to such an occasion. Great Elder Princess shook her head and said, in order to make the child obedient, Prince Regent had Madame Li locked up. Speaking of this, Great Elder Princess frowned and looked at Mo Jingli, who was sitting in the front in the distance. her eyes full of disapproval. When the new emperor ascended the throne, he put his birth mother, the Empress Dowager, under house arrest. Even if Prince Regent did this for the sake of the smooth ascension ceremony, he had gone too far. The ceremony, which lasted for nearly 2 hours, finally ended. The exhausted new emperor was taken away to rest. Then it was time for the banquet. The new emperor was young, so it was naturally presided over by Prince Regent Mo Jingli. Seeing Mo Jingli raise his glass to toast the guests and courtiers in high spirits, everyone could clearly feel that the vast land of the Chu state belonged to Prince Li, at least for the time being. Chapter 626. A long banquet was not suitable for Yi Li's favorite things. The 2 children who weren't even 6 years old couldn't sit still. After sitting for a while, Mo Xiaobao made a fuss about wanting to go out to play. Yi Li told Mo Xiaoyao and then took the 2 children to the Imperial Garden. It was the 3rd month. The grasses were long and orioles were flying in the Imperial Garden. Hundreds of flowers were blooming. Countless butterflies fluttered among the flowers, causing Lung Junhan to stare at them with her round eyes wide open. Seeing Lung Junhan squinting at the flowers and butterflies in front of her, Mo Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. Little dazed Lung was too ignorant. What was so good about these red and green flowers and butterflies flying everywhere? The scenery in the northwest was better. There was also Taigong's Lishan Academy, full of green bamboo, and Uncle Han's residence outside Li City. It was 100 times better than the Imperial Garden in the Imperial Palace. After ordering the guards to follow them, Yi Li let the 2 children play in the Imperial Garden. She went to sit in a secluded pavilion in the garden to relax. Looking at the familiar scenery, she couldn't help but recall the first time she entered the palace when she was betrothed to Mo Xiaoyao, and the many things that happened when they were newlyweds. At that time, the Princeton mansion was under the control of others. Now, they were free and didn't have to worry about anything. And the emperor, who was full of ambition, had already passed away. His ambition had turned to dust. The number of people in the Imperial Garden gradually increased. Most of them were noble ladies and daughters of the various families. The banquet was lively and interesting, but they weren't men. It was boring to sit for too long. So many people came to the Imperial Garden in 2s and 3s to take a walk. The pavilion Yi Li sat in wasn't hidden. Naturally, many people saw her. But because of the Princeton mansion's special status, there weren't many people who dared to come up and talk. Yi Li didn't care. She didn't know many people in the Chu capital. Compared to those meaningless greetings, she was more willing to be alone. Princess, when he raised his head, he saw a familiar face. It was Qin Zheng's mother, the censor's wife. Yi Li smiled and said, "Madam Qin, please sit." Qin Foreign thanked her cautiously. Even though Prince Ding and Wang Fei had brought back Qin Zheng's letter for them when they first returned to Jing, what was said in the letter was not as reassuring as hearing it with one's own ears. However, due to their statuses, they couldn't visit them personally. Now that they saw Yi Li and Madame Qin in the Imperial Garden, they naturally wanted to ask about their daughter. Yi Li also understood her thoughts and said with a smile, "Madam, don't worry. Zheng and 2nd brother are living very well now." Their child had also begun to be enlightened. He was a smart little guy. Even if Madam doesn't believe me, you should at least believe in the Su family style. They definitely won't let Zheng suffer. Not only would she not suffer, but the entire Su family treated Qin Zheng extremely well. Eldest Madam Su wanted to spoil Qin Zheng as her own daughter. There was no other way. The Su family had 5 young masters, but 4 of them were unwilling to marry. This made eldest Madam Su and 2nd Madam Su hate that they didn't arrange more marriages when they were children. Qin Zheng was the Su family's only daughter-in-law and had given birth to the Su family's only great-grandson. How could they not dote on her? Madam Qin smiled with some embarrassment and said, "Wang Fei is joking. How could I not believe Wang Fei?" But Yi Li smiled and patted the back of her hand comfortingly. "I understand. Parents in the world are pitiful. Which parent doesn't worry about their children? Madam, don't worry. The Su family and 2nd brother will definitely treat Zheng well." Otherwise, not to mention Madame and Censor Chin, even I won't agree. Suching's personality was slightly cold, but he was truly a good husband. In all these years, he hadn't even quarreled with Qin Zheng. They were so harmonious that Yili couldn't help but feel envious. She would occasionally quarrel with Mo Xiaoyao in a fit of pique. Madame Qin smiled with relief and said, "It is Zheng Er's fortune to have a friend like Wang Fei." Madame is joking. It is also my fortune to have a friend like Zheng Er. The two chatted happily. Seeing this, the madams watching in the surroundings also gathered around. Madame Qin and Yili naturally changed the topic and chatted with these upper-class madams. Following these noble women were beautiful young ladies from wealthy families. Seeing the shy and timid appearances of these young girls, Yili's heart moved and she couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So these upper-class madams had ulterior motives. Coming forward to chat was a pretense. They wanted to promote their own daughters. Speaking of which, it was obvious that Prince Li was in power now. However, the influence of the Prince-Ding mansion was not so easy to erase. If a girl caught the eye of Prince Ding and was able to climb into the Prince Ding mansion, it was naturally good to have another backer in the future. Even if they didn't, they would only lose a daughter. These nobles naturally didn't lack one or two concubine-born daughters or even legitimate daughters. And these young ladies could be said to have grown up listening to the stories of Ding Wangfu and had a natural admiration for the past generations of Ding Wang. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyao's devotion to Yi Li for so many years was a legend. If they could obtain the favor of this kind of man, it would naturally be the most beautiful dream in the hearts of every girl. Yi Li rarely encountered this kind of situation. In these years, it wasn't that there weren't girls who tried to curry favor with Mo Xiaoyao, but most of the time, Mo Xiaoyao was able to deal with them himself. The only one she had personally dealt with was noble consort Lu. However, these girls in front of her were not shameless and pestering like noble consort Lu. Yili naturally couldn't use her poisonous tongue to deal with these girls and upper-class madams. Just as she was helplessly complaining in her heart about Mo Xiaoyao's attracting bees and butterflies, a mournful scream came from the distance. Yili's heart jumped, and she suddenly stood up. Just now, Mo Xiaobao and Lung Junhan had gone in that direction. Leaving a word of excuse, Yili directly used Qin Gong to rush out of the pavilion in the direction of the scream. The upper-class madams who were originally huddled together in the pavilion were startled by this sudden change. When they came back to their senses, they only saw Yi Li's white figure fluttering away like a butterfly. What's going on? Something probably happened over there. Someone said in a low voice. Let's also go quietly. Someone suggested. Soon, everyone moved in the direction of the scream outside the pavilion. The originally noisy pavilion suddenly quieted down. Walking at the back, Madame Qin saw the group of people chasing after Princess Ding's figure and shook her head with a smile as she followed with a smile. Chapter 6:27. What's the matter? Yili hurried over. Seeing Mo Xiaobao and Lung Junhan standing there safely, she let out a sigh of relief and turned to ask the guard beside her. The two Qi Lin, who temporarily acted as shadow guards, looked helplessly at the woman who was in a mess not far away and then looked at their little master. Even if they were on the same side, they were embarrassed to say that their little master was wronged. Yili guessed what happened when she saw the shadow guard's expression. She glanced at Mo Xiaobao indifferently. Mo Xiaobao didn't show the slightest fear and even smiled sweetly at Yili. Yili looked to the side and saw that there were a few handsome children around the age of 7 or 8. Not far away, a delicate and pretty girl wearing a bright red dress with a lotus flower pattern was struggling to get up from the ground. Her bright red dress was stained with some unknown substance. The color was so strange that it made people feel uncomfortable. Beside the woman in red, a gorgeous woman in a bright red dress reached out to help the woman in red up, but was slapped away by the latter. The gorgeous woman didn't care and stood aside with a faint smile. Yili furrowed her brows as she finally recognized the familiar woman in red. She was the fiancée of Marquis Muyang's heir, whom she met once in the past. She was now the young madam of Marquis Muyang's heir. However, the delicate, graceful, and slightly shy young girl from back then was now a married woman wearing a bright red formal dress with a hint of harshness in her graceful bearing. Young Madame Mu stood up and raised her hand to slap Yaoji, who was standing beside her. Although Yaoji didn't know any martial arts, her dancing skills were superb and could be said to be the best in the world. She was agile and nimble. She had just raised her hand, and Yaoji had already dodged to the side. "Young madam," Yaoji took a step back and said in a low voice with a slightly changed expression. Young Madame Mu's slap missed, and her face turned uglier. "Bitch, you dare to dodge. Do you think that when your husband was still at home, he would support you in everything?" Yaoji looked at her indifferently and said, "I don't know if Muyang can support me now. I only know that I'm in the palace now. If young Madame Mu really wants to make a scene, you won't be the only one who will be embarrassed. Marquis Muyang's mansion will also be in trouble." Young Mistress Mu couldn't help but feel suffocated. Of course, she knew that her parents-in-law loved the face of Marquis Muyang's residence the most. No matter who was right or wrong in today's matter, if he lost face in the palace, he would not be able to get away with it. However, she was unwilling to let Yaoji go just like that. In the past, when Muyang was in the Fu, he always protected this woman and embarrassed her. Now that Muyang had finally gone to war, her mother-in-law naturally had to give her some face because she didn't have a child, so she doted on this woman's son. Moreover, this woman was much more difficult to deal with than she was a few years ago. He couldn't get any benefits from her openly or secretly. This time, she finally found a reason to make a fuss, but it happened in a place like the palace, and even alarmed Princess Ding. She glanced at Yi Li and the three children not far away with hatred and sneered. "What? Is Princess Ding here to support this bitch? How come I don't know that a bitch of our Marquis Muyang's mansion can make Princess Ding so worried?" Yi Li frowned slightly and looked at young Mistress Mu, saying indifferently, "Young Mistress Mu, you think too much. I just heard the screams here and came to take a look in case my children are in danger." Although she said so, Yi Li couldn't help but sigh with regret in her heart. In just a few years, this young Mistress Mu had changed too much compared to the slightly scheming but still gentle and pretty girl. The most incomprehensible thing was, where did her hatred for her come from? Although Yaoji's return to Marquis Muyang's mansion was instigated by her, this young Mistress Mu would never know about it. And when they met that year, Yi Li asked herself if she was biased towards Yaoji. "It seems that young Mistress Mu is fine. I won't disturb you anymore, goodbye." After Yi Li finished speaking, she turned to Mo Xiaobao and said, "Why aren't you bringing Junhan over? Are you fooling around again?" Mo Xiaobao pouted and walked slowly to Yi Li. He looked up and said, "I'm not fooling around. I found a new friend. Mother, I want to play with him." Mo Xiaobao pointed at the child standing at the side. It was the only young master of Marquis Muyang's mansion, Mu Lai. Before Yi Li could say anything, young Mistress Mu sneered and said in a sharp voice, "Ding Wang Fu's Shitzi really has a special taste, eagerly chasing after a lowly concubine's son to play. No wonder he didn't show any etiquette." As she said that, she looked at the hem of her blouse with disgust. There was a lump of something that she didn't know. It was especially conspicuous on the auspicious and graceful bright red dress of the madam. Next to her, Yaoji pulled her and whispered, "Young mistress, be careful with your words." Young Mistress Mu glared at Yaoji fiercely, the anger in her heart rising. The clothes she was wearing were the masterpiece of the handsome and well-behaved Prince Ding Mansion's Shitzi, who wore a black brocade robe. Originally, she was walking in the garden with Yaoji and conveniently scolding the mother and son with some sarcastic and satirical remarks. She happened to see two children playing by the garden. She was married to Mu Yang for so many years but didn't have any children, so she was especially envious and fond of other people's children. Of course, Mu Lai, who was born by Yaoji, was an exception. Young Mistress Mu saw the two children playing by the garden, so she walked over to take a look at the two children. The shadow guard beside Mo Xiaobao saw that she didn't have any ill intentions and also saw his Shitzi's gesture, so he didn't stop her. who knew that when she just squatted down and didn't touch Mo Xiaobao, something jumped out of Mo Xiaobao's arms and pounced on young Mistress Mu. Young Mistress Mu was shocked and wanted to dodge, but something tripped her and she fell to the ground. That black and wet little thing, which she didn't know whether it was a cat or a dog, stepped on her body a few times and quickly scurried away. That wasn't all. Mo Xiaobao didn't apologize for scaring others and even mocked them without holding back. He even pulled Mu Lai aside to chat and laugh. It turned out that young Mistress Mu's words about Yaoji and Mu Lai were all heard by Mo Xiaobao, so young Master Mo decided to be chivalrous and handed over to his friend. While they were talking, the madams and young ladies behind, Yili had already caught up. Seeing young Mistress Mu's sorry state, they couldn't help but show a surprised expression and stare blankly. Young Mistress Mu was embarrassed and angry by everyone's stares. She was born in a noble family and was also pampered after marrying into Marquis Muyang's residence. Everyone was courteous to her. When had she ever lost face like this? In her extreme anger, a burst of anger rushed to her head, and she couldn't control her mouth anymore. She looked at Yi Li provocatively and said, "Isn't it so? I just wanted to greet the Shitsi of the Princeton mansion, but he made me like this. If this isn't uneducated, what is?" Yi Li's face darkened. Perhaps Mo Xiaobao was in the wrong, but young Mistress Mu's words were too harsh. Moreover, Marquis Muyang's residence didn't have the right to teach the people of the Princeton mansion a lesson. The madams and young ladies present looked at the sorry young Mistress Mu as if they were looking at a lunatic. Chapter 628. Without waiting for Yi Li to speak, Mo Xiaobao poked his head out from behind Yi Li. "Mother, it's not like that. I didn't do it on purpose." His big black eyes were wet as they looked around. The hearts of the surrounding madams and Mrs. immediately went to the side. Yi Li bent over with a smile and rubbed her son's head. "Then what happened? Tell Nyang Qin?" Mo Xiaobao said aggrievedly. "I saw a puppy fall into the water over there, so I had someone pull it out. I and Xiaolong were thinking of a way to dry the puppy's fur. This Annie suddenly wanted to pat me from behind. I was scared and carried the puppy out. Then, Mother, I didn't deliberately dirty the Annie's clothes, but this Annie was very angry. Mother, can we compensate her with another set of clothes? I don't have money, so Mother will pay for me. When I grow up, I will definitely earn money to return to Mother." Looking at the handsome child who didn't even reach their thighs, seriously discussing with his mother, the hearts of the madams and Mrs. present softened. If they had the same background as Yi Li, they would know a word. Cute. The group of pampered madams and Mrs. were instantly turned over by this cute and obedient child who dared to admit his mistake. "Little Shitsi, this was just an accident. I don't think young Madame Mu will mind." Someone quickly comforted him. "Really?" Mo Xiaobao raised his head and looked at the madam who spoke. His big wet eyes were filled with worry. "Of course it's true. A set of clothes isn't worth much. Little Shitsi doesn't need to take it to heart." That madam hurriedly guaranteed, completely ignoring the victim's family standing on the side. The shadow guard on the side looked at Mo Xiaobao with eyes full of admiration. Their family's little Shitsi was so young, yet he already knew the art of lying. What was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? What was lying without blinking? He really had a bright future. Of course, if one ignored the fact that the puppy that fell into the water was accidentally dropped by the little heir, if one ignored the fact that the puppy only fell after young Mistress Mu entered the Imperial Garden, if one ignored the fact that the puppy was wet and colorful after the little heir wiped it dry. Actually, their little heir wasn't lying. She then looked at the pitiful faces of the women who had been deceived by the little heir and secretly shook her head. If they had the time to pity the little heir, who sometimes even made the prince suffer in silence, they might as well pity the puppy that had run off to take a bath somewhere. Yi Li patted her son's little head. She seemed to be comforting him, but in fact, she was warning him not to overdo it. Mo Xiaobao blinked and obediently shrunk back to Yi Li's side. Holding Lung Juanhan's hand with his left hand and Mu Lai with his right, he looked like an obedient child. Yi Li looked at young Madame Mu, who was so angry that her face turned green. She smiled faintly and said, It's my son's mischievous behavior. Please forgive him. Her son and young Master Mu hit it off at first sight. Let them play together for a while. What do you think, young madam? A trace of disgust flashed across young Madame Mu's face. She said coldly, Mu Lai is naughty and rude by nature. I'm afraid he will lead the little heir astray. Everyone was silent. Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Most people could guess the reason for young Madame Mu's behavior. After all, many people knew that the little heir of Marquis Muyang's birth mother was the capital's #1 dancer, Yaoji. However, as a smart madam, was it really good to ruin the reputation of the only male in the family? Not to mention whether they could offend the Princeton mansion now? They had been married for several years and had not given birth to a daughter. Who knew if they would have to rely on this illegitimate son in the future? Yili frowned with displeasure. Young Madame Mu was still questioning the upbringing of the Princeton mansion just now. It seems that young Madame Mu doesn't think that the little heir will lead her son astray. She's just afraid that her son will lead the little heir astray. Princess consort, you must be joking. It is Lai Er's fortune to be favored by the little heir. Young Madame Mu still wanted to say something, but a stern female voice came from behind the crowd. Young Madame Mu's face paled. The crowd parted to let her through. It was Marquis Muyang's wife who walked forward with a stern expression. Mother, young Madame Mu said unwillingly. Shut up. Marquis Muyang's wife glared at her fiercely. She turned to Yi Li and bowed slightly. Daughter-in-law is not sensible. Princess consort, please don't take offense. Yi Li smiled. Marquis Muyang's wife is joking. It's all the children's mischief. Young Madame Mu, please change your clothes first. Princess consort is right. Marquis Muyang's wife nodded. She said to young Madame Mu, why aren't you going? What are you doing in such a disheveled state? Young Madame Mu blushed. She glared at Mu Lai unwillingly and turned to leave. Yaoji glanced at Yi Li and also turned to follow. The others saw that Princess Ding's expression was not good. They also knew that it was not the time to talk. They all took their leave and went to stroll around the Imperial Garden. Marquis Muyang's wife gave Mu Lai a few instructions and also took her leave. Greetings to Princess consort, little Shitsi. Mu Lai cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to the two. Lung Junhan looked curiously at the new brother in front of her with wide eyes. Mo Xiaobao said unhappily, Shitsi is Shitsi. Why you have to add the word little? Yili pinched his little face in annoyance. You're so nosy. How have you been recently? The last sentence was naturally for Mu Lai. When she chose this child to follow Yaoji back to the capital, this child naturally went through strict training. Even Yili thought highly of this 11-year-old child who looked like he was only 7 or 8 years old. To be able to survive under Qin Feng's hands, he was definitely an expert. So Mu Lai's role was not as simple as pretending to be Yaoji and Muyang's son. When it came to important times, he was even more important than Yaoji herself. Thank you for Princess Consort's concern. Lai is very good. Mu Lai said seriously with a little adult face. Yili smiled and rubbed his little head. You're just a child. Why are you so serious? Aren't you afraid of scaring Muyang? Mu Lai stiffened at the sudden intimacy. His originally serious little face was a little red, but he didn't realize it. He said seriously, they will only think that I'm young and mature, a genius. Yili smiled. I can see that the people of Marquis Muyang's household quite like you. Oof. Mu Lai curled his lips. As long as it's a son of Marquis Muyang's household, they will like it. I heard that Marquis Muyang's wife has been going crazy for a grandson these past few years. She kept stuffing women into Muyang's room until we entered Marquis Muyang's household. But she still wants a legitimate son, so she gives that woman medicine every day. Taking too much medicine really affects the brain. Oof. Yili straightened his clothes and said softly, in a few days, Prince and I will leave the capital. Lung Air is now at the border. Fengsum will also go with us. At that time, only you and Yaoji will be left in the capital. You must be careful, okay? If you encounter any trouble, escape first. Keeping your life is more important than anything else. Mu Lai's eyes flickered. He said seriously, Princess Consort, don't worry. Yaoji is not a fool, and neither am I. The people of Marquis Muyang's household will not doubt. We will take care of the matters in Chu capital. We will not let Prince and Princess Consort worry. Yili sighed apologetically. You're still a child. Chapter 629. Mu Lai's hair stood on end. I'm not a child. I'm Qi Lin. Okay. Yili quickly comforted him. When you come back, I'll ask Qin Feng to make an exception and accept you into Qi Lin. So, you have to be careful. Thank you, Princess. Mu Lai said happily. He believed that his ability was not inferior to others, but Commander Qin always forbade him from joining Qi Lin because he was young. Wasn't he also on a mission now? And it was a mission that those tall and stupid bulls could never replace. Just by looking at Mu Lai's expression, she knew what he was thinking. Yili just smiled faintly and shook her head. It's on fire. It's on fire. Suddenly, there was a noise in the distance. Yili stood up and looked in the direction of the noise. 2 guards were standing on the left and right of Mo Xiaobao and Lung Junhan. Mu Lai stood on a stool and looked. He raised his eyebrows and said, That's the direction of the Cold Palace. It's the Qiuyang Palace. Noble consort Lu is currently imprisoned there. Qiuyang Palace? What a coincidence. The Qiuyang Palace is on fire? Yili muttered. After thinking for a while, she ordered the guard beside her. Take the little heir to find the prince. I'll go and take a look. Princess? The guard behind her said hesitantly. Yili shook her head. There won't be any danger in the palace. Protect the 3 children. Go. Mu Lai was dissatisfied. This young master doesn't need protection. Princess, I'll protect you. Yili found it funny. That won't do. If you go with me now, people will suspect you. Be good and follow Xiaobao and Junhan. I'll leave these 2 brats to you. Without giving Mu Lai a chance to refute, Yili flew out. Mu Lai had a serious expression on his face, but his little ears were red. He glanced at Xiaobao awkwardly and muttered, All right, this young master will do his best to protect you. Xiaobao rolled his eyes. Who needs your protection? Lung Junhan smiled and extended her hand to Mu Lai. Brother Bao Bao. Little dummy Lung. Do you even know who's close and who's distant? Mo Xiaobao was furious. Oh, little dummy Lung, little treasure, Mo. Hee. Mo Xiaobao's face darkened. Hee, your sister. By the time Yili arrived at the Autumn Cool Palace Hall, the fire had already burned down half of the side hall. The Autumn Cool Palace could be said to be the cold palace of the cold palaces. It had been in disrepair for many years and was overgrown with weeds. It was hard to believe that this was the Imperial Palace. Usually, people rarely came here, not to mention that today was the coronation ceremony. Naturally, no one would come here. Even if there was a fire, the palace maids and eunuchs saw it from afar. It would take them a long time to pass through the overlapping corridors of the palace. At least when Yili arrived, there was not a single person who came to put out the fire. Princess. In the end, the guards did not all stay by Mo Xiaobao's side. 2 of them chased after Yili. Help! Help! A weak cry for help came from inside. Yili frowned. This was not noble consort Lu's voice. Yili would never mistake noble consort Lu's arrogant and indifferent voice. Even if she was weak, she would not sound like this. Help! Yili flew into the Autumn Cool Palace Hall. The 2 guards were startled and wanted to follow her in. Yili's voice came from inside. Stay outside. The Autumn Cool Palace Hall was a side hall. It was not big inside. So when Yili went in, she saw the woman lying on the ground. She quickly stopped the 2 guards who wanted to follow her in. The woman was wearing a light pink dress. Looking at her figure, she should be a young girl. And from the material of her dress, it was clear that she was not a palace maid. Stepping forward to help the young girl up, Yili quickly went outside. Fortunately, the young girl should have run outside when she saw the fire. But for some reason, she fell down a few steps away from the door. If she fell deeper, with her voice, they would not be able to hear her. Bringing the young girl out of the Autumn Cool Palace Hall, she put her down on the bluestone road outside. Turning around, the fire had already surrounded the entire Autumn Cool Palace Hall. If they came 1 or 2 steps later, the young girl would have been burned to death inside. Princess, noble consort Lu. The guard behind her reminded. Yili shook her head and said, "Forget it. The fire is too big. Let's wait until the fire is extinguished." He bent over and brushed away the long hair on the girl's face, revealing a delicate and pretty face. However, there was a burnt scar on the left side of her face, from the corner of her eye to her earlobe. There were also some burn marks on her clothes. The guard lowered his head to examine her and said she was drugged. Something from the fire must have fallen on her face to wake her up. Then she struggled to crawl out. This is... Yili looked at the young girl's unharmed face. Although they had not seen each other for many years, and she was still young at the time, her memory was still clear. However, Yili's good memory allowed her to recognize the identity of the girl in front of her. Noble consort Lu, the daughter of Lu and Mo Jingqi, the second princess of Chu. Princess Zhenning. Princess Zhenning, who was on the ground, forced herself to open her eyes. No matter how powerful the knockout powder was, the deep burn on her face left a palm-sized scar. Coupled with the thrill and despair she had just escaped death, she didn't have much energy left in her. Yili lowered her head to look at the young girl on the ground. She had never seen a young girl with such a pair of lifeless eyes. After the relief from escaping death, they instantly became lifeless without a trace of life. Raising her head to look at the burning autumn-cool palace hall and then looking at Princess Zhenning's trembling body, Yili could almost guess what had happened. "It's fine," Yili said in a low voice. Princess Zhenning stared at her in a daze. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. A line of tears slowly fell from the corners of her eyes into her black hair. Chapter 630. Most of the buildings in the imperial palace were made of pure wood, and the borders were painted with all kinds of colors as decorations. Once the fire was ignited, it naturally became more and more intense. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire autumn-cool palace was surrounded by a sea of fire, and even the surrounding palaces began to spread. Yili and the others could only bring Princess Zhenning to the imperial garden far away from the autumn-cool palace. Placing Princess Zhenning on the side of a small lake that was wide, flat, and well-ventilated, she looked at the fire in the distance and ordered, "Go call for an imperial physician." Li. Before the imperial physician arrived, the white-clothed Mo Xiaoyao had already rushed over like the wind. Seeing that Yili was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at Princess Zhenning, he raised his eyebrows at Yili. Yili shook her head, speechless. It wasn't appropriate to talk about these things in front of Princess Zhenning at this time. Behind them, Mo Xiaobao was carried over by a guard, and behind him was Lung Junhan, who was also being carried. "Mother!" Mo Xiaobao cheerfully jumped down from the guard's arms and pounced on Yili. But halfway through, Mo Xiaoyao grabbed him by the back of his clothes and hung him in the air, waving his arms and legs. "Mother! Mother, this child was so worried about you. Imperial father is bad. Let go of me. I want mother." Yili took him from Mo Xiaoyao's arms in amusement, patting him comfortingly with a smile. "Mother is fine. I told you to be careful. Good child." Mo Xiaobao rubbed himself against Yili's chest in satisfaction, ignoring Mo Xiaoyao's gloomy expression, and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that mother is fine. This child loves mother the most." Princess Zhenning, who was sitting against the rockery, looked at the giggling Mo Xiaobao in Yili's arms, then looked at the gentle smile on Yili's face, and a trace of envy and bitterness flashed through her eyes. Yili saw this and placed Mo Xiaobao on the ground. She squatted down and asked softly, "Princess Zhenning, are you okay?" Princess Zhenning nodded and said in a low voice, "Many thanks. Many thanks to Princess Ding for saving my life." Facing the elegant and graceful woman in front of her, she really didn't have the face to face her. She knew what her consort Mu Fei had done, but it was Ding Wang Fei who had disregarded her relationship with her consort Mu Fei and saved her life. As for her biological mother, not only did she use her, she even almost killed her. Why? Why was her mother such a person? "Sister! Sister!" A series of hurried shouts could be heard. The Duke of Qin had rushed over with his 8-year-old brother after hearing the news. Following behind them were Mo Jingli and the other princes of the imperial family and the nobles of the imperial court. The fire in the autumn cool palace wasn't small. Although people had already gone to put out the fire, today's windy weather made the fire even worse. It had already spread to 3 or 4 palaces. Even if they were standing in the opposite corner of the autumn cool palace, they could still feel the intensity of the fire. Mo Xiaoyun rushed over and immediately saw Princess Zhen Ning sitting on the ground. He quickly rushed forward. "Royal sister, how are you? Are you injured?" Princess Zhen Ning quickly covered the scar on her face with her hands, saying, It's nothing serious." But how could she cover that new scar with her hands? Everyone sucked in a breath of air without hesitation. The originally delicate and gentle young girl now had a palm-sized scar on her face. At this moment, that scar still had the feeling of being burned by the fire, making people want to vomit when they saw it. Many of the madams and young misses who came with them all cried out and retreated 2 steps. Princess Ning's face darkened, and she lowered her head even more timidly, wanting to use her hair to cover the scar on her face. "Don't use your hair. If your hair isn't clean, it will easily get infected if it touches the wound." A slender hand gently pressed down on her shoulder, gently pressing down on her hand that wanted to pull her hair. Princess Zhen Ning was stunned. She raised her head and stared blankly at the woman with a faint smile on her lips. There wasn't the slightest bit of disgust or fear on her face, but from her gentle and clear eyes, she saw her ugly self. Princess Zhen Ning trembled and quickly lowered her head. Yili sighed softly and took out a plain white silk handkerchief, carefully tying it around Princess Zhen Ning's face to cover the hideous scar. "Wait for the imperial physician to come and prescribe some medicine to treat the scar. You'll be fine very soon." The Chu state's female upbringing was very strict. Unmarried maidens also had the habit of wearing a veil when they went out. Therefore, after Princess Zhen Ning put on a veil, although she looked a bit out of the ordinary among the unmarried maidens, it wasn't considered out of place. The surrounding people also let out a sigh of relief. Most of them were maidens who had been raised in their boudoirs. When had they ever seen that kind of scar? It was good that it was covered now. At the same time, more people turned their gazes towards the gentle and elegant white-clothed woman. They were full of admiration for Princess Ding's calm demeanor. What exactly happened? Mo Jingli glanced at Yi Li, who had returned to Mo Xiaoyao's side, and asked in a deep voice. Princess Zhen Ning gently bit her lip and refused to speak. Mo Jingli looked towards Yi Li. Yi Li calmly said, "We only rushed over when we saw the fire in the imperial garden. We only had time to save Princess Zhen Ning. We don't know if there was anyone else inside." Mo Jingli frowned and asked, "Why would Princess Zhen Ning be in the autumn cool palace at this time?" Princess Zhen Ning refused to speak. Mo Xiaoyan took a deep breath and stood up. He patted his younger brother, who was hiding in fear beside him, and said, "Imperial grandmother locked my imperial mother in the autumn cool palace. Imperial sister went to visit imperial mother. That's right. It was Ijia who locked her in the autumn cool palace." The Empress Dowager slowly walked over, surrounded by a group of palace maids and eunuchs. She just happened to hear Mo Xiaoyan's words and calmly replied. Mo Jingli said in a deep voice, "Noble consort Lu was locked in the autumn cool palace? How come I didn't know?" The Empress Dowager sneered. "This is an internal matter. How come I didn't know? I still have to discuss with Prince Li how to punish the late imperial concubine who didn't abide by the rules." Mo Jingli had nothing to say. Even though he was dissatisfied with the Empress Dowager punishing noble consort Lu behind his back, he couldn't say it in front of so many people. After all, even the Prince Regent could only manage government affairs. On the surface, he absolutely couldn't interfere with the matters of the late Empress Palace. After a moment of silence, Mo Jingli said, "Since that's the case, I don't know if noble consort Lu died in the fire." Everyone looked towards Princess Zhen Ning. At this time, the fire was still burning. Other than Princess Zhen Ning, no one knew the situation inside. No one knew if noble consort Lu was burned to death inside. But Princess Zhenning clenched her teeth and refused to speak. No one could do anything. Mo Xiaoyao's gaze swept over everyone indifferently. Just when Mo Jingli thought he was going to say something important, he heard Mo Xiaoyao leisurely say, "Since something happened in the palace, I think this banquet can't be held. I and Wang Fei will return to the Fu first. In addition, I and Wang Fei will be leaving for the northwest in a few days. At that time, we won't be coming to say goodbye." Mo Jingli secretly sighed in relief and nodded. Then, Prince Ding, please leave first. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. With one hand holding Mo Xiaobao and the other holding Yili's hand, he prepared to leave the palace. Chapter 631. Princess Ding. Mo Xiaoyun, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. He walked in front of Yili and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for saving my imperial sister. I can't repay you for saving my life. Please accept a bow from this little prince." After speaking, he bowed deeply to Yili. Yili, seeing the 12 to 13-year-old youth bowing so solemnly, Yili smiled faintly and said, "Duke of Qin is too polite. It's just a small matter. Duke of Qin, please take good care of Princess Zhenning. Farewell." Seeing the family of three walk out of the imperial garden surrounded by guards, Mo Jingli's heart relaxed. Only now did he truly believe that perhaps Mo Xiaoyao really wasn't interested into Chu state's matters. In the carriage leaving the palace, Lung Junhan, who was lying in Yi Li's arms, had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Mo Xiaobao sat in Mo Xiaoyao's arms. Although he hadn't fallen asleep, he didn't have the same energy as when he was in the palace. After all, he was only a 5 to 6-year-old child. Making a fuss for half a day was enough to tire them out. Yili gently patted Lung Junhan and asked, "Xiaoyao, is noble consort Lu dead?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Noble consort Lu has been in the imperial harem for more than 10 years. Even if the monkeys scatter when the tree falls, she still has some power that she can use. Today, there's so many people coming and going in the palace. It's not impossible for her to escape the palace." Yili frowned and said, "Since she still has people she can use, why did she treat Princess Zhenning like that? Could it be that she really wanted to burn Princess Zhenning to death?" Thinking of this, Yili couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. How ruthless did she have to be to treat her own daughter like that? Even if this daughter's father wasn't the person she loved, the child was still her flesh and blood. Princess Zhenning risked being punished by the Empress Dowager to see her, but she received such a return. No wonder her eyes were like dead ashes when she was rescued. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "I don't know. Tell the people below to pay attention. Once that woman appears, kill her without mercy." He wasn't interested in whether noble consort Lu wanted to burn Princess Zhenning to death or why she wanted to burn Princess Zhenning to death. But if it was true, noble consort Lu had to die. Keeping such a vicious and merciless woman alive would definitely be a disaster. Yili nodded silently. She had no pity or sympathy for noble consort Lu. "I heard from Xiaobao that Mu Yang's wife was rude to you in the garden." Mo Xiaoyao asked faintly, throwing the matter of noble consort Lu to the back of his mind. Yili glanced at Mo Xiaobao, who was complaining first, and said with a smile, "She's just a woman twisted by jealousy. Do you think I can deal with her? Don't worry. Yaoji is not easy to deal with. I won't let her have an easy time." Mo Xiao snorted softly and said, "Sure enough, I was too soft-hearted to Marquis Muyang's mansion back then." Thinking of some of the grievances with Marquis Muyang's mansion, Mo Xiaoyao regretted his plan to use Marquis Muyang's mansion to hide Yaoji and Mu Lai in the capital, because this meant that he couldn't do anything to Marquis Muyang's mansion for the time being. But as soon as he saw the people of Marquis Muyang's mansion, especially Marquis Muyang himself, some bad memories that he tried hard to forget surged up again, making Mo Xiaoyao's mood very bad. On the day of the new emperor's ascension, a fire broke out in the palace, almost burning half of the palace. This news quickly spread among the people. People were talking about how the new emperor was immoral and couldn't bear to inherit the throne, so the heavens punished him, and so on. Hearing this, the people in the Prince Ding mansion laughed secretly. The new emperor was only a child of 6 or 7 years old. What could they say about him being immoral? But once the comments started, it wasn't so easy to destroy them, especially when there were people who wanted to add fuel to the fire. The comments spread like wildfire. The people in the Prince Ding mansion didn't pay attention to these because they were all packing up and preparing to leave the capital again to go back to the northwest. Although most of them were born and raised in the Chu capital, living in the northwest for the past few years made them feel a sense of belonging to Glass City. Everyone had joyful smiles on their faces as they packed their luggage and prepared to depart. And in the imperial court, other than Prince Li officially becoming the regent, the news of the empress's death and noble consort Lu's burial was also announced. And the Empress Dowager, who was supposed to be the Empress Dowager, was exempted from being buried with the Empress Dowager because the Empress Dowager couldn't bear the burden of the previous emperor's first wife's death. She was temporarily buried in the imperial mausoleum. In the future, when the Empress Dowager passed away, she would be buried in the imperial mausoleum. Ignoring the turmoil in the capital, Mo Xiaoyao and his group left the capital 3 days later and returned to the northwest. Not only was there a graceful and beautiful middle-aged woman in their carriage, there was also a similarly beautiful and moving young woman and an old man with an extraordinary bearing. Tianxiang. In the carriage, Yili reached out to hold Hua Tianxiang's hand, who was still in shock, and smiled slightly. Hua Tianxiang's beautiful face was still filled with shock. She stared blankly at Yili for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. Leah, Aunt. The Empress nodded and tenderly stroked her black hair. She said softly, Tianxiang, it's been hard on you these past few years. She was the Duke of Hua's first wife's granddaughter and the Empress's niece. She was the envy of all the noble ladies in the capital. But at the same time, because of this identity, she was still unmarried even though she was already over 20 years old. A normal woman at this age would already be a housewife, and a housewife. But she could only hide from attention. For example, instead of praying for her grandmother in the temple, it was more like she was cultivating while wearing her hair. Hua Tianxiang shook her head and smiled. Aunt, what are you talking about? I eat well and wear good clothes. How could I have suffered? But you, Aunt, seeing you is really... Hua Tianxiang's eyes reddened. Originally, when she heard the news in Ci Yun Temple, she really thought that her aunt had passed away. But this morning, she was doing her morning ritual in her room as usual when she was suddenly drugged and knocked out. She didn't expect to see her aunt, who she thought had passed away, and her friend, who she hadn't seen for many years. And they were already on the carriage to the northwest. It was no wonder that she hadn't recovered for a long time. Leah, Aunt, looking at the two people in front of her, Hua Tianxiang still wanted to ask something, but she didn't know where to start. Yili took her hand and smiled. The Duke of Hua has handed you over to me. In the future, Miss Hua will have to trouble you to go to the northwest and live a hard life. It's grandfather, Hua Tianxiang said with some excitement. She suddenly remembered that when her grandfather came to see her a few days ago, he said some strange things. At that time, she didn't think too much about it. So her grandfather had already planned to entrust her to Li Li. The Empress said softly, your grandfather is doing it for your own good. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, Prince Li is the regent. A few days ago, Prince Li vaguely mentioned that he wanted to marry you as a concubine. Although father rejected him on the spot, as long as you are still in the boudoir, it will always be. Hua Tianxiang wiped her tears and said, I know grandfather is doing it for my own good. But we are all gone. Grandfather, Don't worry. The Duke of Hua is a person of virtue and prestige. Mo Jingli has just taken power, so he won't do anything to the Duke of Hua. However, to avoid trouble, you should change your name. And the Empress, Sister Hua as well. Chapter 632. The two nodded. Of course, they understood Yi Li's words. Although there weren't many people who had seen them, they still had to take precautions. If people knew that so many people who shouldn't have appeared in Glass City, especially the Prince Ding mansion, it would be bad for the Prince Ding mansion and the Hua family. Hua Tianxiang thought for a while and said generously, "My grandfather's surname is Yang. Let's call him Ruo Hua." The Empress smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I will borrow Tianxiang's surname. Call me Lady Yang." She didn't even want to give her a name. Yili sighed softly and looked at the Empress with some worry. The Empress smiled and said, "To be able to get rid of the shackles of the palace is already the luckiest thing in my life. What's more, there is Chonglu in the northwest. Everything will be fine. I'm just afraid that Feng San." Yili frowned. Since Feng Huiting was persuaded by Feng Jiao to go back to the northwest with them, the relationship between Feng Jiao and his son gradually became less stiff. Feng Huiting was different from the Empress and Hua Tianxiang. He was openly taken by Mo Xiaoyao from Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli had already emptied the Feng family. Naturally, he didn't care about Feng Huiting, an old man who was nearly 60 years old. Even the other members of the Feng family could be taken away with him. However, the two sons of the Feng family were unwilling to go to the northwest and live under their brother's roof. What's more, they were now valued by Prince Li. Lady Feng was very angry with her husband's decision. Naturally, she stood on her son's side. In the entire Feng family, except for a few loyal servants and young children of concubines, no one was willing to follow Feng Huiting, who had no wealth and power, to the northwest to suffer. But Master Feng, although Feng Huiting didn't say it clearly, Yili could still see his attitude towards the matter between Feng Jiao and the Empress. The Empress shook her head and said with a smile, "Ayao didn't have parents to care for him since he was young. He always values relationships more than others. In the future, with his father watching over him, he will slowly understand. After so many years, I'm tired too. As long as Tianxiang and Chonglu are well in the future, I have no regrets." Yili remained silent. It was difficult for outsiders to interfere in matters of the heart. The matter between Feng Jiao and the Empress could only be solved by themselves. Hua Tianxiang looked at the two in confusion, but she also felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy. She smiled and said, "Of course we will be fine. Everyone will be fine. Aunt, please call me Ruo Hua, lest you accidentally call me Ruo Hua in the future." The three of them smiled. Yili nodded and said, "That's right. We'll all be fine." In a dark corner of the capital, there was a woman in a sorry state. She was thin and wore plain gray clothes. Her hair was only held up with a crude wooden hairpin. It was almost impossible to see her original appearance. Hiding in a small, dilapidated house in the innermost part of this cold, almost deserted alley, a pair of eyes emitted a chilling light in the darkness. Prince Ding has already left the Chu capital. That's right. This morning, Prince Ding brought the princess and the heir out of the city. A deep and hoarse male voice said in a low voice, "It's already been so many days. You still haven't found a way to send me out of the city." The woman's voice was sharp and angry. The man rubbed his hands and said with some difficulty, "Right now, the entire city is under martial law. I heard that when the new emperor ascended the throne, a fire started in the heavenly palace. It even burned Princess Zhenning's face. I'm afraid that the higher-ups are catching the assassins." The woman's eyes widened in shock. Because she hadn't seen the sun for many days, her pale face revealed obvious shock. The man thought that she was frightened and hurriedly held her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. The assassins wouldn't come to this kind of place." Looking at the woman in front of him, who was still shockingly beautiful even though she wore coarse clothes and no makeup, the man's eyes changed. His hand moved up unruly. A trace of impatience flashed across the woman's face. She waved him away and said, "Get lost. I'm not in the mood." "Darling, don't worry. We'll soon find a way to leave the city." "Darling." The man lazily picked up the woman and pressed her down on the bed. His eyes flashed with shocking lust as he buried his head in the woman's body and kissed her. The woman endured the disgust in her heart and let the man do whatever he wanted to her body. However, his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. How could How could Zhen Ning be burned? She was worried that Zhen Ning would ruin her plans, so she drug her. However, she clearly told her to send Zhen Ning out after she left and then set fire to the Autumn Cool Palace. However, she didn't know that she needed someone to burn to death in her place. Not someone who would be burned to death, but someone who would be burned to death. The people who worked for her were all people of flesh and blood. How could they be willing to throw away their lives or let the people they were familiar with die? Princess Zhen Ning, who had been drugged by noble consort Lu, was naturally the best scapegoat. Otherwise, when Princess Zhen Ning woke up and told others, they wouldn't be able to escape either. Zhen Ning, don't blame Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother didn't want to burn you to death. This was just an accident. Who told you to? Darling, why aren't you paying attention? The man said unhappily. His average-looking face was flushed red as he fiercely kissed the woman's soft red lips. The woman closed her eyes in disgust. Compared to this vulgar man in front of her, Emo Jingqi was a stunningly handsome man. But now, she could only rely on this man to escape from the Chu capital. Emo Xiuyao, Yili, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Darling, you're so beautiful. The man impatiently tore apart the woman's clothes. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. In the past, he wouldn't even have dared to think about this kind of luck. But now, this beautiful woman belonged to him and would become his wife in the future. In a dark little house in a dark alleyway, there were waves of ambiguous gasps, which were soon joined by a woman's soft moans. Chapter 633, Glass City. In the large study, young Master Qingchen, dressed in white, sat in the first chair below the head of the table. Looking at the empty chair in front of him, his handsome face was smiling, and his bearing was leisurely like an immortal. But the people sitting below him couldn't help but tremble. Young Master Qingchen's appearance was really too frightening. Young Master Qingchen, when exactly will Prince return? For more than a month, the border of Xiling has been increasing the number of troops. The others looked at the person who asked the question as if they were looking at an idiot. Didn't he see that young Master Qingchen was angry because Prince refused to return? He actually touched the pot that didn't boil. But then again, when exactly would Prince return? Xiling's border looked like a war was about to break out, but Prince still refused to return. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't fight without Prince, but without Prince, they felt uncertain. Su Qingchen looked back and smiled faintly, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised. After playing enough, Prince will naturally return. Then Xiling, didn't we also increase the number of troops? Xiling just wants to test the waters. Even if they want to fight, Prince should be back by the time the war really starts. If Mo Xiuyao returned after the war really started, they would directly throw him into the battlefield. Of course, Li had to stay behind to guard Glass City. Everyone was silent. This young Master Qingchen was good at everything. He was even more efficient than Prince in handling political affairs. After all, young Master Qingchen had never been like Prince, who maliciously slacked off. And there were many things that his subordinates didn't understand. He only needed to casually give a few pointers to enlighten them. The only bad thing was that this young master's appearance was really too handsome. Moreover, he had the temperament of a banished immortal. When he smiled gently at you, most people would swallow the words they wanted to say. They couldn't even muster up the slightest bit of rebuttal. When this young master's smile had a hint of coldness to it, it was mostly related to their Prince Ding. Everyone felt a chill like the winter wind. Reporting to young Master Qingchen, the prince's princess consort has returned. The guard outside the door reported. A bright smile bloomed on Su Qingchen's handsome face. In an instant, it was as if spring had returned and hundreds of flowers had bloomed. However, most of the people present couldn't help but tremble. When young Master Qingchen revealed such a smile, it usually meant that someone was in trouble. Good, very good. Su Qingchen nodded with a smile. He stood up and glanced at everyone present. He smiled and said, "Everyone, let's go welcome His Highness." Prince Ding, who had been free and unfettered in the Chu capital for a long time, returned to the northwest. Before he could catch his breath, he was invited to the study by his most trusted military advisor and brother-in-law for a discussion. Originally, Yili felt very guilty for leaving everything to Su Qingchen and planned to help. However, eldest young Master Su's anger was clearly only directed at His Highness Prince Ding, so he very gently refused Yi Li's help and kindly told his cousin to rest well after the long journey back. As for the other matters, His Highness will take care of them. Yili felt that her eldest brother was grinding his teeth when he said that the prince would take care of them. Of course, her eldest brother wouldn't do something so indecent, but Yili still decided to listen to her eldest brother's orders and go rest. After all, she still had a few guests to settle down. In the originally empty guest courtyard deep in the Prince Ding mansion, there were already people waiting there. Yili had just walked to the entrance of the courtyard with the Empress and Hua Tianxiang when someone rushed out. Princess Ding, Princess Ding, my mother, has mother come? Princess Changle, who had not been seen for a long time, rushed out wearing a light purple dress embroidered with orchids. She happened to see the Empress walking beside Yi Li and could not help but be stunned. Changle, the Empress gazed at her daughter, whom she had not seen for almost a year. She had grown much taller, and her complexion was better than when she had been in the imperial palace. Although she had heard Yili talk about her daughter's situation in the northwest, she could not help but tear up upon seeing the Empress. Mother, mother, mother! Princess Changle blinked her eyes, finally coming to her senses. With a cheer, she threw herself into the Empress' embrace. The 15-year-old girl was only slightly shorter than her mother. However, in front of the Empress, she was like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, beaming with smiles and acting spoiled. Standing to the side, Hua Tianxiang smiled at Princess Changle and said, Changle can only see your mother. As expected, you have forgotten me, your older sister? Only then did Princess Changle raise her head, looking at Hua Tianxiang, who was smiling at her. Embarrassed, she called out, Older sister Tianxiang. Older sister Wuyo. There's also me. Unwilling to be left out, Emo Xiaobao extended his small hand, wanting to attract Princess Changle's gaze. Princess Changle had always had a good relationship with Emo Xiaobao. Smiling, she bent over and pinched his cheeks. Smiling, she said, So it's Xiaobao. Is the Chu capital fun? Is this your new little friend? Lung Junhan stood by Emo Xiaobao's side, blinking her large, limpid eyes as she gazed at the beautiful elder sister before her. Princess Changle was immediately attracted to the tender little bond before her. Compared to the mischievous Mo Xiaobao, who would sometimes even deceive her, this tender little darling before her was clearly more lovable. Along the way, even the Empress and Hua Tianxiang preferred a hug and caress Lung Junhan. This caused Mo Xiaobao to feel a trace of disappointment. Not fun. However, I brought a present for older sister Wuyo. This is little dummy Lung, my new friend. Mo Xiaobao said with some disappointment. Oh, you only brought a present for older sister Wuyo? Then what about us? Clear and melodious laughter could be heard from behind the door. Two madams appeared at the door with Qin Zheng, who was holding the hand of a little boy. Smiling, they looked at Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao immediately cheered and threw himself into Madame Su's embrace. Eldest aunt, second aunt, Xiaobao also brought a present for you. Little brother Zhurui also brought a present. Su Zhurui, who was only 4 years old, proudly snorted and snuggled into his mother's embrace. I don't want your present. Who told you to sneak off to the Chu capital without bringing me along? Mo Xiaobao's eyes turned. Beaming, he said, If you don't want it, then forget it. I heard that General Lu's youngest son is about to celebrate his birthday. In a few days, I'll have someone send it to him. It just so happens that I forgot to prepare a birthday present for him. No matter how intelligent Su Zhurui was, he was still a fair and tender little cutie when he was 4 years old. There was an essential difference between him and Mo Xiaobao, a black-hearted sesame seed. Hearing him say this, Xiao Mao's eyes immediately moistened. Mother. Qin Zheng helplessly patted her son and comforted him. Cousin is just joking with you. Right. I'm just joking. How can I give something to you to someone else? I'll have someone bring it to you later, okay? Receiving his mother's warning gaze, Imo Xiaobao could only coax the little bun himself. Seeing the two little bun, who were less than 2 years apart, being comforted and comforted by adults, everyone couldn't help but cover their faces and laugh. Chapter 634. All right, let's go in and talk. What's the meaning of stopping people at the door? We've already tidied up the courtyard in the past 2 days. Take a look and see if you like it or not. It was still second Madame Su who spoke as she led everyone into the courtyard. The Empress looked somewhat worriedly at Yi Li and asked, Princess Consort, if we live in the Prince Ding mansion, well, their identities were different. If they were discovered to be living in Glass City, there would be some explanation. However, if they were discovered to be living in the Prince Ding mansion, it would likely affect the Prince Ding mansion's reputation. Yi Li smiled and patted the Empress's arm, saying, You can stay here without worry. Not only the two of you, but Wu Yo will also be moving back to the prince's residence. In the future, I'm afraid that Glass City will not be peaceful. Living in the Prince Ding mansion will be safer. Princess Changle nodded and said, Mother, elder sister Tianxiang, the princess consort is correct. In 2 days, the two masters will also be moving back to the prince's residence. In the past few days, there have been many more people in the city. Even the two masters' medical clinics have received several batches of people. Hearing her words, the Empress and Hua Tianxiang agreed. The group entered the reception pavilion. Sure enough, the furnishings within the pavilion were all newly changed. In addition, many of them were in the style of the Chu capital. It was obvious that the decorations had been meticulously arranged. After the host and guests were seated, a maid served tea before withdrawing. Only then did Yi Li speak. Feel free to stay in the Prince Ding mansion. If you lack anything, just send someone to inform the steward. Just treat this place as your own home. Second Madame Su also smiled and said, Lear is right. When you have time, there is no harm in coming to our home and sitting. Going out for a walk is also fine. Eldest Madame Su was not familiar with the Empress, but second Madame Su recognized the Empress. Now that they met again, she did not reveal the slightest bit of uneasiness on her face. It was as if these were truly the two old friends that Yi Li had brought back from the Chu capital. Instead, her gaze landed on Hua Tianxiang, who was chatting with Qin Zheng, and her eyes brightened. She looked at Yi Li tentatively. Yi Li couldn't help but laugh in her heart. She nodded without a trace. Of course, she understood second aunt's thoughts. In the past few years, her two aunts had almost broken their hearts over the marriage of her cousins. It just so happened that the Northwest was not as prosperous as the Chu capital to begin with. There were many aristocratic families here, so it was difficult to choose a few first-rate noble ladies. However, those cousins of hers refused to budge. It was obvious that they did not want to get married. Although second cousin was already married and had a child, third cousin was already the oldest after eldest brother. Compared to fourth brother and fifth brother, who were in their early 20s, third brother was naturally more anxious. Now that he finally saw Hua Tianxiang, his eyes lit up. Even in the capital, Hua Tianxiang was one of the top young ladies. However, after so many years, although Hua Tianxiang still had a young lady's hairstyle, Madame Su was not sure if she was married or not. With Yi Li's affirmation, Madame Su looked at Hua Tianxiang with even more eagerness. Being stared at so passionately, Hua Tianxiang looked back at them in confusion. However, the Empress immediately understood Madame Su's thoughts. She smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. The Su family was naturally a very good family. Tianxiang had also suffered a lot in the past few years. If something good could happen, it would be great. It would also be Tianxiang's luck. After settling Hua Tianxiang and the Empress, Yi Li thought about it and went to the study. In the study, Mo Xiaoyao was buried in a thick stack of files. His writing was smooth as flowing water, but his expression was uglier than if he had stepped in feces. Sitting not far away was Feng Jiao, who had been dragged along by Mo Xiaoyao to suffer with him. Feng Jiao's face turned green. He stole a glance at Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting behind the desk, then at Su Qingchen, who was leisurely flipping through a travel book. He helplessly buried his face back into the files. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. It was better to obediently hide his head and do his work. Su Qingchen put down the book and looked at the door with a smile. "Lier, why aren't you resting? What are you doing here?" Yili walked in with a cup of freshly brewed tea. She looked at Mo Xiaoyao's ashen face and Su Qingchen's faint smile. She smiled and said, "I brought some tea and pastries over. Big brother has worked hard these days. Is there a lot to do?" Su Qingchen picked up the cup of tea that Yili had poured and sighed helplessly. As expected, a married daughter is like spilled water. Yili was helpless. She poured a cup of tea for Mo Xiaoyao and Feng Jiao. Mo Xiaoyao picked up the cup and took a sip. He sighed and complained, "Li, your big brother is torturing me. I haven't even had a sip of water since I came back. You want me to finish reading all these by today?" Yili looked at the booklets that were taller than Mo Xiaoyao's head. She could only give him a sympathetic look. Su Qingchen leisurely brushed away the non-existent dust on his clothes. He smiled coldly and said, "Is it me torturing you, Prince? Or is it you who is torturing us to work like cows and horses? These are all the military and civil affairs of the Northwest during the time that Prince was not here. It includes the financial income and the analysis of the war reports at the border. So many of us have been working on this for 1 or 2 months. You only need to spend half a day to look over it. Prince, is that too much? Who dares to make you work like a cow or horse? You're crazy." Mo Xiaoyao silently cursed in his heart. He would never admit that he made Su Qingchen work like a cow or horse. He just knew how to use people. You can clearly explain these damn things in a few sentences. Is there a need for me to look for answers in this tall pile of booklets? Even if it is necessary, is it necessary to not even let me drink some water? The servant in the study is sick and has asked for leave. Is this really an idiotic reason that young Master Qingchen came up with? Can I read it tomorrow? Mo Xiaoyao asked without much hope. Su Qingchen smiled and said, "Of course you can. Prince will be in charge of these things from tomorrow onwards. But I remember that there are other things that Prince needs to look over tomorrow. Are you going to postpone it to the day after tomorrow? There are also some military affairs related to the West Hill and the Northern tribes. Is it really okay?" "Of course not." Mo Xiaoyao gritted his teeth with hatred. It was definitely a wrong decision to let Su Qingchen manage the Northwest affairs. How could he think that brother-in-law was easier to deal with than first uncle? How could he think that brother-in-law was more powerful? Brother-in-law was younger and could be ordered around for a few more years. At least Master Hong Yu would not be as bad as this immortal-like man in front of him. On the other side, Feng Jiao looked at Mo Xiaoyao sympathetically. "Prince, having such a brother-in-law is retribution for enslaving good people like us for so many years, isn't it? Young Master Feng-san, I heard that you did something earth-shattering in the capital?" After finishing Mo Xiaoyao, Su Qingchen turned around and smiled at Feng Jiao, who was lying on the table weakly. Feng Jiao's face stiffened. He could only smile bitterly. If he was only one person, then he would not think that he had done anything wrong. But this time, he had implicated the Feng family and even Prince Ding's manner. Su Qingchen looked at Feng Jiao and said lightly, "Well done." Chapter 635. Feng Jiao, who originally thought that he was going to be reprimanded by young Master Qingchen, almost dropped his jaw onto the table. He had seen with his own eyes how young Master Qingchen treated Prince. Of course, he didn't dare to expect the furious young Master Qingchen to let him off. Mo Xiaoyao was even more dissatisfied. What did he do well? Su Qingchen said indifferently. The results were good. Not only did the new emperor of the Chu state lose the support of the Feng family, but it also made the court of the Chu state even more chaotic. He also brought back Feng Huiting, who could take charge of business. This result was really good. Mo Xiaoyao was angry. Wasn't this good result achieved by Ai's efforts? How could Feng-san achieve such a result by himself? Why was it that he was the one who was scolded, and Feng Jiao, the troublemaker, was praised? Where was justice? Where was justice? Li, your brother bullied me. Mo Xiaoyao reached out and hugged Yi Li's waist as he complained. Yi Li patted his shoulder with pity, saying, "If my brother wants to bully you, I can't do anything about it. I don't dare to go against my brother." Su Qingshan turned back and glanced at a certain someone who was acting spoiled with Yi Li upstairs. If Prince still plans to eat dinner, it's best not to waste time. The documents on the table are still staring at Prince. Mo Xiaoyao let go of Yi Li with resentment, picked up the file, and flipped through it. Su Qingshan, do you really not have a wife who is secretly in love with I when you're always looking for trouble? The study maintained its silence for a while. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao looking at her pitifully, Yi Li could only soften and sit down to look at the high stack of files for him. What is Lei Jinting trying to do? Feng Jiao raised the file in his hand and asked. In a short month, he has sent hundreds of thousands of troops to the border. As a result, the troops on the border of Xiling have reached more than 600,000. He wouldn't want to attack us, would he? Mo Xiaoyao tilted his head and rubbed his chin. That shouldn't be. Lei Jinting doesn't seem like an impulsive person. Also, if he wanted to send troops to the northwest, he would have done it when I and Li weren't here. He wouldn't have delayed until now. Feng Jiao was confused. Then what does he want to do? Is he bored to provoke us? Yi Li pondered for a moment and said, if he doesn't want to fight us, then he wants to fight someone else. War is a matter of state. Lei Jinting won't rashly mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops just to play with us. I didn't expect him to attack, to go to the border, to she to attack, to attack, to attack, to go back. Su Qingshan felt somewhat regretful. Then, he said with some relief, I indeed miscalculated this time. The southern border is a remote place. The border with Xiling is even more dangerous. In most cases, Nanzhao is unable to pose an effective threat to Xiling. At the same time, Xiling would have to expend a lot of effort to take Nanzhao. Lei Jinting has always been wary of us. It is possible that he has temporarily given up on Nanzhao. Mo Xiaoyao turned to look at the map hanging on the wall and said, he still wants to attack the Dechu state. Feng Jiao smiled and said, that is possible. Compared to us, the northwest is considered barren. After all, the Chu states Jiangnan and Chu capital are the truly prosperous places. Right now, the Chu state has a new emperor and is at war with the north. In the north, the northern tribes are eyeing us. It would be strange if he didn't want to share. So, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the border are prepared to prevent us from sending troops to help the Chu state. He really thinks highly of the Mahist army. I fear that if he truly sends troops to attack the Chu state, he will not have much more than this. Su Qingshan looked calmly at Mo Xiaoyao. What are Prince's plans? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked in puzzlement at the white-clothed man sitting leisurely in front of him. Su Qingshan smiled faintly and said, once Xiling attacks the Chu, the northern tribes in the north will definitely take the opportunity to attack as well. Does your highness intend to help, or do you intend to ignore it? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, what if I help? What if I ignore it? If I help, it means that Prince acknowledges Mo Jingqi's last edict. The Mahist army will still be the Chu state's guards, the Prince Ding mansion will still be the Chu state's subject, and the northwest will still be the Chu state's land. If I ignore it, no one will dare to provoke me in the northwest in the short term. But once the Chu state is annexed, Xiling and the northern tribes and the Chu will attack. The West Hill and the northern tribes will form an encirclement around the northwest. At that time, Su Qingshan's voice was calm, as if he was not talking about the fate of the northwest and the Mo army, but about what to eat for breakfast the next morning. Mo Xiaoyao propped up his head and looked at Su Qingshan for a long time before turning to smile at Yi Li. He opened his mouth and said, I choose neither. Su Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao smiled coldly. The brush in his hand flew out and with a whoosh, nailed into the map on the wall. Everyone looked up and saw that the brush was 2 inches deep into the wall. Its position was exactly where Lu City, the capital of West Hill, was on the map. Mo Xiaoyao said calmly. I choose to attack West Hill. Feng Zhiyao's eyes lit up. He stared fixedly at the brush that was nailed to the map. It was as if that small brush was a sharp sword that could split the capital of West Hill. Enter the palace. West Hill. Prince, are you serious? Feng Zhiyao's voice trembled. It was obvious that he was excited. Do you think I can joke around? Mo Xiaoyao laughed. Feng Zhiyao's eyes lit up even more. The Mahist army had been dormant for many years. It was finally time for them to show their prowess. This was the Chu state's most elite army. In fact, when they were first established in the city, their original goal was to unify the world. However, due to various reasons, this goal could not be realized. In the blink of an eye, almost 200 years had passed. The Mahist army's prowess and glory had almost been worn out. Now, was it finally time for them? If that's the case. Su Qingqian smiled faintly. His voice was clear and calm. Is Prince ready? If I's not ready, won't the 300,000 soldiers that Prince Qingqian sent to the border be wasted? Mo Xiaoyao laughed loudly. Su Qingqian did not mind that Mo Xiaoyao had exposed his plan. He smiled and said, if that's the case, congratulations to Prince for your victory. In the originally calm and ordinary study, what seemed to be a casual conversation was definitely a reflection of the future of the world. Yili sat at the side with a faint smile. The world was going to be in chaos. As his wife, she would always be by his side. As Ding Wangfei, she would personally participate in this game of vying for the throne. Chapter 636. At the end of the 5th month of this year, the new emperor of the Chu state had ascended the throne for less than 2 months. Most of the power in the court was in the hands of the regent. But the undercurrents in the court did not stop. King Li's intentions were too obvious. The officials in the court who supported Zheng Shuo slowly gathered together and formed a secret balance with the regent. On the northern border, the battle in front of Zijing Pass was still ongoing. Even further north, the northern tribe's army had begun to move before the beginning of summer. On the 20th of the 5th month, the Shilling army once again launched an attack on the southwest border. The people of the southwest, who had just experienced a few years of war, were once again caught in the flames of war. Northwest Li City, on a mountain not far from the city, Lishan Academy was hidden in the lush forest. It was still quiet and elegant, as though it was an otherworldly place. Yili passed through the quiet bamboo forest and headed towards the place where the sound of the guqin was coming from. In an empty space in the bamboo forest, the white-haired master Qingyun sat on the ground with a wooden guqin on his lap. He lightly plucked the strings and played. Suja, whose hair and beard had turned white, was sitting not far away from him. He was listening to the music of the guqin while leisurely making tea. Li'er has come. Master Qingyun stopped playing and turned to look at Yi Li with a faint smile. Grandfather, Elder Su, Yi Li said softly. She walked forward and helped Master Qingyun sit down on the stone bench in front of Suja. Suja smiled and poured a cup of tea for each of them. He said with a smile, Why has Wang Fei come at this time? Have you come to see little Shitzi? Yi Li said with a smile, Xiao Bao is grandfather and Elder Su teaching him. I am very assured. Those children didn't disturb grandfather and Elder Su, right? Now, there are not only students in Lishan Academy, there were also 3 children. Mo Xiao Bao was going to Lishan Academy to study. Lung Junhan was still young, but could only follow. As such, Qin Zheng sent her own Su Zhurue over, saying that the 3 children could be companions. The little heir is even more intelligent than the prince back in the day. What is there to worry about? Suja said with a smile. When he mentioned Mo Xiao Bao, his eyes were filled with affection. He had always liked Mo Xiao Bao's intelligence. Mo Xiao Bao was also as respectful and courteous to this eunuch Su. Naturally, this caused Elder Su, who had no children, to dote on him even more. Sometimes, even Mr. Qingyun had to take a back seat. It had to be said that even though Mo Xiao Bao was young, when it came to flattery, many adults were left in the dust. Mr. Qingyun looked at Yi Li with a gentle and kind expression. Li Er, are you going on a long journey? Yi Li looked at Master Qingyun in surprise. Grandfather is in Lishan Academy, but he is not oblivious to the outside world. You actually know the current affairs of the world so well. Suja shook his head and said with a smile, Mr. Qingyun is not known for his literary talent, but he does not know anything about astronomy, geography, astrology, and medicine. This morning, he told me that the prince and Wang Fei have moved and will likely be on a long journey in the near future. Isn't Princess Consort here now? This works? Yi Li had heard of the so-called astrology, but she had not studied it at all. Because the traces of her previous life were still engraved in her bones, she even had some doubts about this. Then, what else can grandfather see? Mr. Qingyun stroked his snow-white beard and shook his head with a sigh. The world is in chaos. Such chaos is rare to see in hundreds of years. Hearing Mr. Qingyun's words, not just Yi Li, even Suja's expression became grave. Suja asked regretfully, is there really no way to reverse it? Mr. Qingyun shook his head and said, this chaos has been buried many years ago. There is no turning back. Li Er, in this generation of the Su family, you and your older brother are the most outstanding. Especially you. Fighting for the world, death and injury are hard to avoid, but the common people are innocent. No matter what, do not ignite anger on the innocent common people. You and Prince Ding must be careful. Yi Li nodded and said softly, Grandfather, please do not worry. Xiaoyao is not this kind of person. Yi Li understood what Mr. Qingyun meant. In this era, there was no such thing as human rights. The common people were as lowly as grass. In the history of the dynasties, there were countless records of massacres. Even if the rulers covered it up, the later generations could still see some traces. However, Yi Li did not think that she would do this. Whether it was basic human nature or her identity as a soldier, it would not allow her to do this kind of thing. She also believed that Emo Xiaoyao would also not do this kind of thing. Looking at the gentle and serious girl in front of him, Mr. Qingyun's wrinkled face showed a trace of a sigh. His eyes that were filled with wisdom flashed with a trace of worry. He sighed softly, it's fine. We are all old. The future will depend on you young people. When you go out, be careful. Yi Li nodded and said with a smile, Grandfather, please do not worry. It's just that after we leave, only Big Brother will be left in Glass City. Grandfather, please talk to Big Uncle and Second Uncle. I'm afraid Big Brother won't be able to handle alone. Second Uncle Su Hongyan came to Lishan Academy to teach early. Although Big Uncle was still in Glass City, he seemed to be interested in agriculture. In the past year, he had gone to Fourth Brother and Fifth Brother's place several times. Although this was a very important matter, it was a bit of a waste to leave it to Su Hongyu. Mr. Qingyun stroked his beard and said with a smile, they were idle before because they had nothing to do. Now that they have something to do, they will naturally go back. Is there a need for me to say anything? Yi Li blinked and came to a realization. Thank you, Grandfather, for your guidance. Li understands. Mr. Qingyun nodded and said with a smile, Grandfather knows that you are very busy. You don't have to stay in front of us, old man. Go. Yi Li then stood up and bid farewell to Mr. Qingyun and Suja. Looking at the graceful figure that was gradually disappearing, Suja shook his head and said to Mr. Qingyun, Princess Ding is really going to go to war with Prince Ding? Can Mr. Qingyun be at ease? Mr. Qingyun shook his head and sighed. The child is grown up. Li was still a little girl that was younger than Suja had seen Yi Li when she was young. At that time, the Su family was still in the Chu capital and Yi Li's birth mother had not passed away. At that time, she was just a little girl. Who would have thought that she would grow up to be the Princess Ding who could rule the country and bring peace to the country? Mr. Qingyun frowned and said, I see that Prince Ding's anger hasn't dissipated. I'm afraid that in the future, he will be too bloodthirsty. With Li we can persuade him. It's more important. How can it be? Suja frowned and said, in the past few years, although he didn't see Emo Xiaoyao many times, he still did it a few times. Although he had white hair, Emo Xiaoyao's temper was much better than when he was young. Usually, he didn't seem to have any anger in his heart. Mr. Qingyun shook his head and said, "We all know what kind of temper Prince Ding had when he was young. But now, his temper, it makes people uneasy. With his original temper, how do you think he will treat Mo Jingqi?" Suja pondered for a moment and couldn't help but change his expression. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I'm afraid it will be 10 times worse." But after so many years, Prince Ding's temper has been smoothed out. Mr. Qingyun smiled faintly and said, "The temper of the Mo family is the same. How can it be so easy to polish it out?" The regent at that time was the best-tempered prince in the Prince Ding mansion, right? Do you think the late emperor could bear the blow before he died? Chapter 637. Suja was speechless. The regent that Mr. Qingyun was referring to was naturally Mo Xiaoyao's father, Mo Lufeng. Even though decades had passed, Suja could still remember that handsome, elegant, and peerless man in embroidered robes. Even though he was as capable as the previous Prince Ding, Mo Lufeng was the epitome of elegance. In this world, only Mr. Qingshan could compete with him. But Mr. Qingshan's appearance and temperament were too elegant, more like an immortal. But Mo Lufeng was the true elegance and elegance of the mortal world. He was a noble son from a famous family. That kind of talent and grace should be immortalized for generations. But such a person was schemed against by the emperor that he sincerely assisted. The counterattack that he left behind before his death was enough to be enjoyed. The previous emperor, who was in his prime, passed away in less than 3 years. His ambition was only given to the cold imperial cemetery, leaving behind the new emperor, Mo Jingqi, who was in his teens, also bought a few years of buffer time for the Prince Ding mansion. Otherwise, the brothers Mo Xiaowen and Mo Xiaoyao, who were similarly young, would have fallen into the hands of the previous emperor. The Prince Ding mansion might not even exist now. If that's the case, Suja muttered to himself. Mr. Qingyun said in a low voice, "Prince Ding has been suppressing himself all these years. Or rather, he has been playing a game of chess in his heart, so he could suppress his hatred towards Mo Jingqi and the royal family of the Chu state, even the hatred towards the northern tribes and the western mausoleum. Even though he seemed to have no scruples these years, in reality, he was still suppressing himself. He needed time to plan, and now this plan is clearly ripe, and the battlefield is often the easiest place to trigger the true side of a person's heart. Once these years of suppressing himself explode, in this world, other than Leah, no one can stop him." Back then, Mo Jingqi was not the only one involved in the Prince Ding Mansion incident. The northern tribes and the western mausoleum were more or less involved. Furthermore, the Mahist army had died under the hands of the northern tribes. For so many years, whenever Master Qingyun thought of Mo Xiaoyao's calmness as an envoy from the northern tribes, he would tremble in fear. So that's how it is. Suja sighed, a trace of guilt appearing on his face. If Su Zuidi had not stolen the map of the Mahist army back then, the incident back then might not have happened at all. No matter how much he felt sorry for his only granddaughter, Suja felt that he didn't even have the right to feel sorry for the tens of thousands of heroes of the Mahist army who had died unjustly. Who would feel sorry for those soldiers who fought for the country but died without knowing why? All of this was because there was no harm in him teaching. There was no harm in teaching. Seeing Suja's expression, Mr. Qingyun knew what he was thinking. She patted his hand and said, "Those things are in the past. Why think about it?" Suja shook his head and sighed at the sky. After bidding farewell to Mr. Qingyun, she went to visit Mo Xiaobao and Yi Li before returning to the Prince Ding mansion. When she came in, she saw the officials and generals who usually didn't appear at the Prince Ding mansion waiting in the garden. Seeing Yi Li come in, they immediately came forward to bow. Yi Li raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "What is everyone doing? Did something happen in the Wang Fu at this time?" Zhang Qilan said with a smile, "Wang Fei, don't worry. We have done everything the prince and Wang Fei ordered." "What is the matter?" Yi Li said with a smile, "It's nothing. Did you all come just to pay your respects?" Our Wang Fu doesn't have so many formalities. Since there's nothing else, please go back. Wang Fei. The others didn't dare to say anything, but Lu Jingxin, Zhang Qilan, and Yuan Pei, these old generals didn't have such concerns. They hurriedly stopped Yi Li. Yi Li raised an eyebrow and looked at them with a smile. Lu Jingxian was pushed out and said, "This." Wang Fei, just now, the envoys from Xiling and the Chu state asked to see the prince at the same time. We just want to ask, what is the prince's intention? These days, they had been secretly preparing their troops. It looked like they were going to make a move. This made these old generals who had been waiting for so long that their bones were stiff secretly excited. But today, they had suddenly come for two countries at the same time. Which side the prince was leaning towards would indicate their future actions. The envoys from Xiling and the Chu state asked for an audience at the same time. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. She had just come back and didn't know this news. Lin Han, who was following beside her, rubbed his nose and said, "This subordinate was just about to report this matter to Wang Fei." The envoys from Xiling came first, and the envoys from the Chu state arrived later. But the prince first summoned the envoys from the Chu state. In addition, the prince asked Wang Fei to come to the main hall when she returned. Yi Li smiled but didn't say anything. She smiled as she looked at the people surrounding her. Everyone hurriedly retreated. "Wang Fei, please." "Then, this consort will leave first? We don't dare to delay Wang Fei. Wang Fei, please." It turned out that Wang Fei didn't know either. Everyone sighed helplessly. They could only watch as Yi Li left, eagerly waiting for the results. In a corner, Feng Huiting and Han Mingwei were sitting and playing chess. Han Mingxi had hung himself on a tree above their heads, yawning as he watched the game. "Does young Master Mingyu think they can fight?" Feng Huiting asked lightly. Although he had only been in the Northwest for less than 3 months, the Northwest gave Feng Huiting a completely different feeling. The officials and generals of the Prince Ding mansion were all young, and Feng Huiting could be considered the oldest among them. Moreover, Master Prince Ding had given him authority and trust that he had never thought of before. Feng Huiting had once asked Mo Xiaoyao why he trusted him so much, but Prince Ding had only smiled at him half-truthfully. He didn't trust him, he only trusted Feng Xiao. If he betrayed the Prince Ding mansion, Feng Xiao's head would immediately fall to the ground. At that time, Feng Xiao was also present. When he heard Mo Xiaoyao's words, he didn't show any displeasure at Mo Xiaoyao's words, as if it was how it should be. Feng Huiting didn't understand the friendship between these young people, but as the head of the Feng clan, he knew what choice was. Although the Prince Ding mansion didn't seem to have the upper hand in the world, he didn't know why, but he believed that if there was only one winner in the world, it would definitely be Prince Ding, and the Feng clan would naturally choose the winner in the end. Naturally, after so many years, even if the Mahist army doesn't want to move, others can't help it. Han Mingwei said lightly, "These few years of idleness at home, no one in Glass City targeted him, and no one did anything to him. But at the same time, no one needed him to do anything, because he knew that Mo Xiaoyao no longer trusted him. After so many years, he gradually woke up from the dream of Suzuity and realized what he had lost for his so-called love. But it was already too late. Han Mingwei wouldn't embarrass himself by doing something to redeem their friendship. He understood Mo Xiaoyao. Once Mo Xiaoyao gave his friendship, as long as you didn't betray him, he wouldn't give you up. But once you betrayed him, it would be an eternal break. From the time he took the first step for Suzuity, there was already no room for redemption between them. So he just followed his younger brother like an idler, occasionally giving him a few pointers when he needed. Now, this younger brother was his only family in this world. Chapter 638. Han Mingxi hung himself on the tree like a bat and lazily said, "What does fighting have to do with us?" They didn't need to go to the battlefield. Feng Huiting put down the chess piece and stood up with a smile. "Of course it has something to do with us. Since that's the case, we should prepare." Han Mingxi fell from the tree and looked at Feng Huiting's departing figure. He suspiciously asked, "What should we prepare?" Han Mingwei smiled faintly and said, Before the troops and horses move, the provisions will move first. The head of the Feng family is a smart person. Brother. Han Mingxi looked at his elder brother with some regret and worry. In the past, his elder brother was immersed in the matter of suzerainty. Now, he had gradually come to his senses. His elder brother's talent was definitely not inferior to the head of the Feng family. However, what happened in the past determined that he would never be able to use his talents in the Northwest. Han Mingwei shook her head in relief and smiled faintly. Ming, to me, the so-called imperial ambitions are just a dream. No, I haven't even had such a dream. There's nothing wrong with being like this. Prince Ding really doesn't know that you've been giving me ideas behind my back for the past 2 years. Han Mingxi asked. His talent was limited, and he was never afraid to admit that he was inferior to others. In the past 2 years, Prince Ding had given him many things that were clearly beyond his ability. This made Han Mingxi have some doubts. Han Mingxi smiled and patted his younger brother's shoulder. It's rare for you to be confused. Let's go. Mr. Feng might have something that he needs your help with. When Yili stepped into the reception hall, the envoy from the Chu state had not yet left. The envoy from Xiling was arranged to drink tea and wait in the reception hall on the other side. When she walked in and saw the envoy from the Chu state, Yili was stunned. So he could be considered an acquaintance. King Yu, Mo Jingyu. Lili, you're back? Seeing Yili appear at the door, Mo Xiaoyao, who originally had a trace of impatience on his face, immediately smiled and stood up to welcome Yili. Mo Jingyu also hurriedly stood up and bowed. Princess Ding, what is Princess Consort doing? Yili smiled faintly and said, So it's King Yu. I just left the city to visit my grandfather. King Yu has come to greet me. Please forgive me. Of course, Mo Jingyu knew about Lishan Academy on a mountain not far from the city. It was originally the Chu State's Lishan Academy, one of the 3 great academies in the world. And because of Mo Jingqi's stupidity, the Northwest had taken advantage of him. In the past 2 years, the talent selection system in the Northwest had basically taken shape. The biggest factor was that Lishan Academy had attracted and nurtured an endless stream of talents. Many students who traveled thousands of miles to study would choose to stay in the Northwest after they finished their studies. Moreover, the number of students from the Northwestern region had increased greatly in the past 2 years. They were even more loyal to the Prince Ding mansion. King Yu, please take a seat. Following Mo Xiaoyao to the main seat, Yili said with a smile. Mo Xiaoyao thanked him and sat down again. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao, who was clearly no longer paying attention to him, he could not help but smile bitterly, not knowing what to say. Yili said somewhat apologetically, Did I interrupt your conversation? Mo Xiaoyao pulled one of Yi Li's hands over his knee and played with it as he said, What's the matter? Have you come to ask for help? Ask for help. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Mo Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. For the sake of Mo Xiaoyao, he had spoken directly. He did come to ask for help, but for Mo Xiaoyao to say it in such a tone, it made him feel a little awkward. Yi Li frowned and said, Has the situation already deteriorated to this extent? King Li actually agreed to ask for help from the Mahist army? Mo Jingyu was somewhat embarrassed. King Li had indeed not agreed. It had to be said that even if Mo Jingli and Mo Jingqi did not get along, they were still brothers. On the issue of the Prince Ding mansion, they were truly unprincipled. The only difference was that Mo Jingqi was targeting the Prince Ding mansion. No matter who the Prince Ding was, he could not wait to pounce on them and bite them. As for Mo Jingli, he was more targeting Mo Xiaoyao as a person. But the current situation did not allow Mo Jingli to disagree. Perhaps Mo Jingli could bring his own people and retreat to Jiangnan, but the others could not. Their roots were in the Chu capital. Once the Chu capital was broken, everything would be over for them. General Leng is currently resisting the north at Zijing Pass. Last month, Xiling and the northern tribes simultaneously launched an attack on the Dechu state. The Chu state is being attacked from 3 sides. It is truly, I hope that Prince Ding will give us a helping hand on behalf of the Dechu state. Mo Xiaoyao sneered. Give us a helping hand? This is the meaning of those old men in the imperial court, right? Did Mo Jingli agree? Does King Yu dare to guarantee that Mo Jingli will not stab a knife in the back when I send troops? My Maoist army has experienced this kind of thing more than once or twice in a Maoist army. King Yu, please return. Prince Ding, are you really going to watch us die? Although he was close to Mo Jingli, he did not want to see the Chu state destroyed. Could it be that Prince Ding feels that our sincerity is not enough? If there is anything else we can do, Prince Ding, please do not hesitate to speak. Sincerity? Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. From beginning to end, I have not seen any sincerity. However, it's not impossible. Mo Jingyu was overjoyed. Prince Ding, please instruct me. Mo Xiaoyao's lips curved into a cold smile. As long as Mo Jingli is willing to kneel in front of the Maoist army and apologize for the Chu state's royal family, I can consider it. Mo Jingyu's expression changed. He immediately understood that he had come in vain, let alone having Mo Jingli kneel in front of the Maoist army. He was afraid that he would not even be able to bow to Mo Xiaoyao. Sighing helplessly, Mo Jingyu finally lowered his head in dejection. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. It seems that King Yu has given up. Then please. Mo Jingyu looked at the indifferent Mo Xiaoyao. Finally, he sighed and stood up to leave. Chapter 639. After sending Mo Jingyu away, Mo Xiaoyao was obviously in a good mood. He pulled Yili into his arms and sighed with satisfaction. Lili, what do you think those old men are thinking? They know I won't agree, but they still sent people to persuade me? Yili leaned in his arms and smiled. Why do they know you won't agree? I feel that they originally thought that the possibility of you agreeing was very high. After all, the concept of Prince Ding Fu being loyal to Great Chu for over 100 years was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Although Mo Xiaoyao had already stated clearly that he would cut ties with the Chu state, many old officials thought it was a misunderstanding after Mo Jingqi issued an edict of self-guilt. Now that the truth was out, the Prince Ding Mansion was naturally still the Prince Ding Mansion that guarded the Chu state. But they never thought that Mo Jingqi could apologize in front of the world. But no one said that the Prince Ding Mansion and the Maoist army had to accept it and choose to forgive it. From this point of view, perhaps Mo Jingli saw things more clearly. At least Mo Jingli would never beg Mo Xiaoyao, whether it was because he knew Mo Xiaoyao would not agree or for his own dignity. Mo Xiaoyao snorted and smiled faintly. Fine, let's make them give up completely this time. Yili raised her head. A messenger from the West Hill? Mo Xiaoyao said carelessly. Let him wait a little longer. He is also an acquaintance of ours. Ladingfeng, Yili only needed to think for a moment to understand the identity of the visitor. If he wanted to negotiate with Mo Xiaoyao, Jinnam of Gojoseon would not send a random person. Although the Jinan Palace was in charge of the West Hill now, Lei Jinting and his son were still very wary of the Emperor of Shiling's people. Therefore, only Lei Tingfeng could be trusted and had the ability to do so. Yili asked curiously, how do you plan to restore Lei Tingfeng? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Why should I reply to him? Yili blinked. Doesn't Prince Ding want to know what conditions Jinnam of Gojoseon offered? Mo Xiaoyao's lips curved into a faint smile, a cold light flashing through his eyes. No matter what conditions he offers, Lei Jinting will regret it. After drinking half a cup of tea, the two leaned against each other and chatted for a while before ordering someone to invite Lei Tingfeng over. Lei Tingfeng arrived before Mo Jingyu. Although Mo Jingyu arrived almost immediately, Mo Xiaoyao chose to see Mo Jingyu first. This made Lei Tingfeng's confidence in the negotiation somewhat waver. To make matters worse, after Mo Jingyu left, Mo Xiaoyao did not immediately receive him. Instead, he made him wait for about an hour. This kind of treatment made him feel even less inferior. However, these years of experience were not in vain. Lei Tingfeng was never an impulsive person. Therefore, when Zhuge Jing was ordered to invite him over, he sat calmly and drank tea. Greetings to Prince Ding, greetings to Princess Consort. Since we parted last year in West Hill, the two of you are even more elegant than before. Looking at the two people sitting side by side on the main seat, Lei Tingfeng could not help but sigh in his heart. These two people, just based on Prince Ding's devotion to Princess Ding all these years, it was enough to make others envious. Of course, if one could have a wife like Princess Ding, he believed that anyone would be willing to be devoted to her. Although Lei Tingfeng had countless concubines in his residence, seeing the two of them always walking side by side and supporting each other, he could not help but feel envious. Yili smiled and said, Jinim of Gojoseon, please sit. It seems that after we parted last year, you are still as elegant as before. Right? I have not congratulated you on being conferred the title of Commandery King. In the future, you should be called Commandery King Rue, right? Lei Tingfeng's heart stilled. The fact that he had been conferred the title of Commandery King had only happened after West Hill had sent out troops, and it had not been widely publicized. He had not expected Yi Li to already know. As expected, Princess Ding's information channels could not be underestimated. Even though he was shocked inside, Lei Tingfeng's expression was calm. He smiled faintly and said, I am ashamed, Princess Consort is too serious. Then, why has Prince Rue come so far? Yili asked. Lei Tingfeng glanced at the white-haired man sitting at the side and smiling at Yili. Clearly, Mo Xiaoyao did not intend to speak. It was as though he had given the entire matter to Princess Consort to handle. Even though he knew that Princess Ding's status in the Prince Ding mansion could be said to be the highest among all the princesses in history. But Lei Tingfeng was still shocked that Mo Xiaoyao would give such an important matter to her to handle. Meeting Yi Li's calm and graceful gaze, Lei Tingfeng gathered his thoughts and said seriously, the Prince Ding mansion is well informed. I presume that Prince Ding and Princess Consort already know that West Hill has sent troops to the Dechu state? Yili nodded and smiled without speaking. Lei Tingfeng sighed inside and said, I presume that Prince Ding and Princess Consort have already seen the state of the world. I do not dare to show my slight skill in front of an expert. Right now, the Chu state has the Northern Territory and Northern tribes to the north, West Hill to the west, and even pirates to the east. Even though the Chu state has a large population and soldiers, but no generals, it may not be able to defeat the combined attack of 3 countries. I have come on my father's orders to consult His Highness Prince Ding. Regarding this battle, what plans does Prince Ding have? Mo Xiaoyao turned his head and glanced coolly at him. This glance made Lei Tingfeng feel like an idiot. Of course, he knew that Mo Xiaoyao would not tell him what plans the Mahist army had. But facing these two stubborn people, he had to start with a topic, right? Facing these two people, the best way to deal with them was undoubtedly to be straightforward. Yili pretended not to see Lei Tingfeng's awkwardness and said with a smile, what does Jinim of Gojoseon mean? This battle, what if the Prince Ding mansion intervenes? What if they don't? Lei Tingfeng said, the Prince Ding mansion and the Dechu state have already broken off all ties. My father believes that Prince Ding is a man of his words. If the Mahist army is willing to share the Dechu state with the 3 countries, that would be the best. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. If Prince Ding does not move and takes the Dechu state, West Hill is willing to give you 2 prefectures near the northwest as a gift. Jinim of Gojoseon is very generous. Yili praised with a smile. There are only 4 prefectures and 13 cities in the northwest. Jinim of Gojoseon offered 2 prefectures, which was equivalent to half the area of the northwest. Moreover, he did not need the Mahist army to send a single soldier. If this was a normal business deal, this would definitely be a profitable one. Lei Tingfeng said with a smile, this can be considered my father and West Hill's sincerity. As long as the Mahist army does not help the Dechu state, everything can be discussed. In addition, West Hill and the Northwest can sign an agreement that both sides will live in peace forever. What does Wang Fei think? Yili frowned and thought for a moment. She smiled faintly and said, Rue Wang's conditions are indeed very tempting, but I'm afraid I can't make a decision in such a short time. Yili looked helplessly at Mo Xiaoyao, who was sleeping on her lap, and signaled to Lei Tingfeng. If Prince Ding did not want to work, no one could do anything about it. Lei Tingfeng could only smile bitterly. Of course, he understood that it was not that Yili could not make a decision in such a short time, but that the bargaining chips they offered were not enough. Gritting his teeth, Lei Tingfeng said, "This one remembers that many of the Northwest minerals are purchased from other countries. Most of them are from West Hill. As long as Prince Ding agrees not to interfere in this matter, all payments before this year will be waived." Chapter 640. Seeing the sleeping Mo Xiaoyao turn his head and raise his eyebrows, but still not open his eyes, Lei Tingfeng's face almost turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "There is a mine at the border between Ling and the Northwest and the Northern tribes. It belongs to Ling henceforth. It will be given to the Prince Ding mansion." It was not that Lei Tingfeng was unwilling to give up the mine. After all, since it was included in the original conditions, it was not something that could not be given up. Also, that mine was at the border between the northwest of Ling and the northern tribes. It was often harassed by the northern tribes. It was impossible to mine in peace. The amount of ore produced each year was not even a fraction of Ling's total. Once Ling took over the Dechu state, even if it was not all of it, Ling had the geographical advantage and did not need to fight with the northern tribes in the north. As long as it was not in the south, the wealthiest places in the Dechu state would belong to Ling. With such great benefits, they would be willing to give up 3 or 5 mines, not to mention 1 mine. But the conditions he gave now were the bottom line he could give. After all, Mo Xiaoyao did not need to do anything to get so many benefits. If there were more, it would not be up to him to decide. Yili's eyes flashed slightly. She smiled slightly and said, "Rui King is indeed very generous. If that is the case, this consort and the prince need to consider carefully." Lei Tingfeng said somewhat anxiously, "Forgive me, Wang Fei. This one really does not have time to stay in the northwest for long." Yili smiled and said, "Rui King, do not worry. I will give you an answer by tomorrow morning at the latest. Rui King must have had a hard time coming from afar. Shouldn't you rest for a night before continuing?" Lei Tingfeng hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. He had rushed to Ling on horseback because he was afraid that the Dechu state would be ahead of him. He was indeed tired. "If that is the case, then many thanks, Wang Fei." Yili nodded and smiled. She summoned Zhuijing, who was waiting outside, and said, "Send Rui King to the embassy to rest." Hearing this, Lei Tingfeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Yili had asked him to rest in the Prince Ding mansion, he would have been worried. After thanking Yili again, Lei Tingfeng left with Zhuijing. The hall was silent. Yili leaned back in her chair and looked down at Mo Xiaoyao, who was still resting on her lap with his eyes closed. She laughed softly and said, "It looks like Lei Jinting is determined to take over the Dechu state." Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, "Lei Jinting is almost 60 years old." Yili was slightly embarrassed. Although Lei Jinting was over 50 years old, he was still a distance away from 60, right? However, this didn't stop her from understanding Mo Xiaoyao's intentions. Lei Jinting was already old. Although his martial arts were also peerless, no one could be sure that he would live to Murong Xiong's age. Moreover, even if he could live to Murong Xiong's age, Mo Xiaoyao was still too young compared to him. Especially after taking the antidote made from the Biluo flower, Mo Xiaoyao's old injuries had all healed. Even his appearance hadn't changed much. After these few years, Mo Xiaoyao, who was over 30 years old, still looked like a young man of 26 or 27 years old. At least for the next 20 years, Mo Xiaoyao would be at his peak, while Lei Jinting would only get older and older. To put it bluntly, even if Mo Xiaoyao was exhausted, he could still exhaust Lei Jinting to death. However, Lei Jinting's pride wouldn't allow him to successively lose to the Mo father and son, so he couldn't do nothing. Since he couldn't touch Mo Xiaoyao for the time being, Then he could only strengthen Shi Ling and then deal with Mo Xiaoyao. The fastest way to strengthen Shi Ling was to obtain the vast and prosperous Dechu state. This was why he gave up Nanzhao and attacked Dechu state. You said, Lei Jinting knew of your plans in the end? Would he die of anger? Thinking of a certain person's evil intentions, Yili couldn't help but ask with a smile. No, Lei Jinting wouldn't die so easily. Even if he were to die, the person resting with his eyes closed said lazily, he would still die on the battlefield. Dai Dai's hands. Shaking her head, Yili sighed and said, War brings disaster. I don't know the people of this world. Yili couldn't help but admit that she still felt a trace of apprehension. She had never seen a real war. Even when Xinjiang was massacred by Shi Ling a few years ago, that was only a small-scale war. But in front of her eyes, she could almost see the world in chaos and the people living in poverty. Mo Xiaoyao groped for her hand. Li, don't be afraid. Yili smiled and said, don't be afraid. No matter what, I will accompany you. The next morning, Lei Tingfeng left Shi Ling satisfied with Mo Xiaoyao's promise and personally signed agreement. Once the Northwest decided to stand by and do nothing, one could almost imagine the Dechu state's imminent destruction. In order to ensure that Shi Ling's efforts were rewarded, Lei Tingfeng couldn't wait to announce this news to the world as soon as he left Glass City. This news was definitely good news to the armies of various countries that were fighting Dechu state. But to the Dechu state that was struggling to resist, it was no different from adding fuel to the fire. When the news spread all over the world, all the nobles and nobles of various countries clapped their hands in celebration, rubbing their fists and staring covetously at the huge empire that was on the verge of collapse not far away. However, countless officials and common people of Great Chu could only cry out loud. In the south at Shattered Snow Pass, Murong Shun heard the news from his subordinates and only sighed. He waved his hand and dismissed them. Standing on the city tower of Shattered Snow Pass and looking towards the north, a famous general could almost see the entire Dechu state slowly collapsing. But they couldn't do anything. Those who had the ability to save Dechu state had been chased out of Dechu state many years ago by the county king sitting high on the dragon throne. Dechu state had abandoned them. When Dechu state was in danger, they wouldn't support it like before. In Duke Hua's residence in the Chu capital, the white-haired Duke Hua looked at the tired Mo Jingyu and turned to leave. A trace of sorrow and helplessness appeared on his wrinkled face, but there was also some determination. Come, I want to enter the palace. After a while, Duke Hua said in a low voice. The grandson serving beside him asked worriedly, Grandfather, why do you want to enter the palace at this time? Duke Hua said in a low voice, I want to go to war. There's no one guarding the northern tribe's border. Although I'm old, I can still move. The grandson's eyes reddened. How can that be? Grandfather is so old. You should be enjoying your old age. I'll go to the palace and ask for an edict. I'm willing to help grandfather stop the northern tribe's army. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hate himself for being weak. The Hua family was originally a family of generals, but because of the king's fear, grandfather and everyone else should be educated. Even if he wanted to go to the battlefield, what use would it be? Grandfather, aunt and sister are in the northwest. Why don't you invite them? Nonsense. Duke Hua said sternly. They're all women. They shouldn't be involved in these things. Besides, the Princeton mansion has its own path to take, and the Hua family has its own path to take. Yes, I know my mistake. Forget it. Prepare to enter the palace. North of Redbud Pass in the great general's residence in Redbud Pass. Lung Huai sighed deeply as he looked at the battle report that had just been sent to the table. Lung Qingyu and Mu Yang looked over. Lung Qingyu frowned and asked, Father, what's wrong? Lung Huai closed his eyes and said in a low voice, Prince Ding has already refused to send troops to help the Chu state and agreed to Shiling's request. He won't interfere into Chu state's affairs anymore. Although the Lung family and the Prince Ding mansion were not on the same side, Lung Huai himself had no ill intentions toward the Prince Ding mansion. It was just that their standpoints were different. But it had to be said that, like all the people of the Chu state, Lung Huai still had hope for the Chu state at this time. But now, everyone had to face reality. The Mahist army was really no longer the elite army protecting the Chu state. Chapter 641. Lung Qingyu frowned. Prince Ding actually did this. Isn't he afraid of being criticized by the people of the Chu state? Lung Haoyu, who had been whispering to Murong Ting, raised his eyebrows and sneered. Why can't Prince Ding do this? A few years ago, the Prince Ding mansion had nothing to do with the Chu state. Why does Big Brother think that the Prince Ding mansion must send troops to help the Chu state? The Prince Ding mansion has protected the Chu state for hundreds of years, and no one has been grateful to them. Now that they're in trouble, they refuse to help. Is a heinous crime? Lung Qingyu frowned and looked at Lung Haoyu unhappily. No matter what, the Mahist army is a subject of the Chu state, and the children of the Mahist army are all citizens of the Chu state. What's the difference between Mo Xiaoyao standing by and kicking someone when they're down? Besides, the late emperor has already issued an edict and restored all the glory of the Prince Ding mansion. Naturally, the Prince Ding mansion is still a subject of the Chu state. Lung Haoyu sneered disdainfully. Who says that Prince Ding must accept the late emperor's edict? Who says that he must be forgiven after apologizing? Big Brother, if I accidentally stab you, I'm sure you'll be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Isn't that right? Seeing Lung Qingyu's livid face, Lung Haoyu shrugged and spread his hands. Look, we're brothers. Big Brother, you're not willing to forgive me, let alone Prince Ding and the late emperor. Enough. Is this the time to bicker? Lung Huai glanced at the two brothers who were always at odds with each other and said to Lung Qingyu, your second brother is right. Don't say these things in the future. Lung Qingyu's face was already ugly, and now it was even gloomier. He was not used to his father speaking up for Lung Haoyu. Ever since Lung Haoyu appeared on the battlefield with Murong Ting and saved Lung Huai, who was almost accidentally injured by arrows, his father seemed to have something more to his younger brother. In fact, although Lung Huai agreed with Lung Haoyu's point of view, it was mostly for his eldest son's sake. After all, he had experienced the Prince Ding mansion's background and Shadow Guard's abilities. Now that the late emperor was no longer around, they were no longer in opposition to the Prince Ding mansion. Since the old Prince Ding mansion, there was no need to befriend him. As for his youngest son who had never raised his head, Lung Huai glanced at Lung Haoyu, who was leaning on the chair and chatting with his wife, with a trace of contemplation in his eyes. In fact, Lung Huai did care about the son of a concubine. At least, compared to Feng Huiting's indifference to Feng Zhiao, he was still willing to discipline Lung Haoyu. It was just that the older Lung Haoyu got, the more mischievous he became. He ate, drank, whored, and gambled, and gradually he was completely disappointed. Later, when Lung Haoyu suddenly said that he wanted to do business, although he was unhappy that his son wanted to do business, he did not stop him. At least compared to a hedonistic son who ate, drank, and played, being a businessman was still a serious matter. Moreover, Lung Haoyu was a concubine's son, so he could not get any title or even an official position. If he did business, at least he would not lack food and clothing. With the general's mansion as his backing, at least no one would dare to bully him. It was not until this time that Lung Huai realized that he had always misjudged his son. Lung Huai still remembered that day's battle. The attack of the Northern Army was unprecedentedly fierce, and the city wall was almost covered by a rain of arrows. Lung Huai, who was standing on the city wall supervising the battle, watched as a few sharp arrows shot towards him. However, his second son, who suddenly appeared on the city wall, waved his long sword and created a sword net, blocking all the arrows that were like a shower. When he came back to his senses, he was already pulled under the battlements by Murong Ting, who had caught up from behind. Just by looking at the almost airtight sword net that he casually drew his sword, Lung Huai knew that his second son's skills were definitely above his eldest son, who he had always been proud of. Thinking back to the news about the Feng family that came from the capital last month, Ling Huai had always known that Feng Zhiyao was Prince Ding's confidant, and his second son had always been close to Feng San. Lung Haoyu naturally sensed his father's thoughtful gaze. He threw a ruffian smile at Lung Huai indifferently and turned to continue chatting and laughing with Murong Ting. On the side, Mu Yang looked at the father and son trio and shook his head helplessly. He was the only son of Marquis Mu Yang's estate and did not have any siblings. Naturally, he could not understand the intrigue in this. Although he had always been closer to Lung Qingyu because of his identity, his relationship with Lung Haoyu wasn't bad either. Naturally, he could not say much at this time. He could only ask, "General Lung, is there any imperial decree?" Lung Huai shook his head and said indifferently, "We are guarding Bauhinia Pass, so we can't let the people of the northern border take a step into Bauhinia Pass. What imperial decree do we need?" The two young men were solemn. General is right. Father's right. On the side, Lung Haoyu curled his lips disdainfully in an unseen place. Guarding Bauhinia Pass, that depended on whether the imperial court could persist in the rear. Otherwise, once the rear military supplies were cut off, the soldiers of Bauhinia Pass would die no matter how hard they fought. On the main seat above, Lung Huai also frowned slightly, and undetectable worry flashed in his eyes. Chapter 642. No matter how much bloodshed there was outside, the people in the northwest continued to live their lives peacefully. With the Maoist army around, they did not seem to be worried about being involved in the war. However, the number of refugees entering the northwest from Feihong Pass gradually increased. At first, the northwest was naturally willing to accept these refugees. After all, the northwest was not as big as the Dechu state, but the population was still not that large. Even if there were people moving into the northwest continuously in recent years, it still could not change the fact that the northwest had been barren and sparsely populated since ancient times. If it was in the past, no one would escape to such a place even if they were fleeing. However, after 2 consecutive wars, the northwest had accepted many refugees. Now that the war had just begun, there would be a day when the northwest population would swell to the point where this land could not bear it. Just for this reason, the Maoist army urgently needed to expand their territory. It has been less than 2 months since the war between West Hill and the Dechu state, but the number of people entering the northwest from Feihong Pass alone has reached 300,000. If the war continues, the number of refugees will only increase. If this situation continues, we will have to close Feihong Pass in 2 months at most. The northwest cannot support so many people. In the spacious study, Zhou Yu reported respectfully with a solemn face. After a few years, Zhou Yu, who had been entrusted with an important task by Mo Xiaoyao when he had just arrived in the northwest, was now a civil official who could take charge of a department in the Prince Ding mansion. After Ruyang was renamed to Glass City, Zhou Yu continued to be the governor of Glass City. In recent years, the people in Glass City lived peacefully. The people lived and worked happily, and the foreign merchants were suffering more and more. This was all thanks to Zhou Yu's management. The others also looked serious. In just over a month, more than 300,000 people had entered Feihong Pass, not to mention the refugees from other places. The total number of refugees in the northwest was probably more than 500,000. One must know that hundreds of thousands of people could not be settled just by giving them a place to stay. They needed to eat and drink. Fortunately, it was not winter, otherwise there would be problems such as clothing and housing. Furthermore, they could not allow a large number of them to starve to death or die of illness. Putting aside the issue of morality, if so many people were to die of illness during summer, it was very likely to cause a plague. They had no choice but to treat it with caution. If we lock the gates, it's very likely that the refugees will be angered. When that happens, Su Hongyan, who was sitting at the side, frowned. Ever since the Dechu state started the war, he and Su Hongyu, who were originally free and unfettered, returned. Although no one said it out loud, everyone knew in their hearts that Prince Ding would soon set out for battle. Mo Xiaoyao leaned back in his chair, one hand supporting his forehead as he silently listened to the people below express their opinions. After they finished speaking, he asked, "Try to settle those refugees. But I don't want to see those lazy people stay in the Northwest. I also don't want to see those spies with ulterior motives. This matter, Wei Lin, Mo Hua, shall I leave it to you to handle?" Wei Lin and Mo Hua stepped forward and said in unison, "Your Highness, please be at ease. This subordinate will definitely live up to your Highness' trust." Mo Xiao nodded and said, "I can rest assured that you'll handle things well. But be careful. Don't cause any mass unrest. Mr. Hongyan, I'll have to trouble you to give them some pointers on this matter." Su Hongyan nodded in agreement and said, "This subordinate will do what is necessary. Prince, please be at ease." Zhou Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Prince, if the refugees continue to pour into the Northwest, I'm afraid our reserves won't last until next year." Moreover, the prince was planning to set out for battle. When the army set out for battle, they couldn't be short on provisions. If they didn't take precautions early, many people in the Northwest would starve to death this winter. Yi Li, who had been silent all this time, said softly, "If we use it wisely, it won't be a problem to last until next year." Fourth Young Master Su and Fifth Young Master Su's harvests in the north have been quite good these past few years. In addition, Fourth Young Master Su took the opportunity to write a letter last year to report that he had brought in a crop called sweet potato from the southwest. The yield is 3 to 5 times that of normal crops. It's suitable for satisfying hunger and can be grown in any soil. This year, we tried planting it at the beginning of spring, and the harvest was quite good. This type of sweet potato isn't picky about the soil it's planted in. It can even grow in barren land and sand. Fourth Young Master Su's intention is to take advantage of the fact that we can still open up a large amount of land and plant it for another season. This requires a large amount of manpower. Zhou Yu's face lit up when he heard this. He wasn't a cold-hearted person. If he could, he would naturally be willing to take in the refugees. He smiled and said, "So, Princess Consort's intention is for the refugees to open up the Bear Mountains?" Yi Li nodded. At the same time, she reminded them that they couldn't recklessly cut down the trees. The people of this era didn't pay attention to these problems and wouldn't encounter them. However, Yi Li understood that if they wantonly cut down the trees for important land, the Northwest's already bad climate would only worsen. Someone asked worriedly, "Even if we survive this year, what will happen in the future?" The Northwest was only so big, and this battle would take many years. The number of refugees would only increase, but there would always be a limit to the amount of food they could harvest. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Su Qingqian's half-smiling face. There would indeed be more and more people, but the Northwest's land wouldn't always be this big. Moreover, when the refugees discovered that the Northwest's capacity to take in more people than they could handle, they would leave on their own. After the discussion, they dismissed everyone. Only Mo Xiaoyao, Yi Li, Su Qingqian, and Su Hongyu were left in the study. Su Hongyu looked at Mo Xiaoyao and asked in a low voice, "Prince, have you already decided on the date to send out the troops?" Mo Xiaoyao nodded. Although the Mahist army was secretly preparing, they couldn't delay for too long. If they delayed too long and were discovered by outsiders, they would lose the chance to launch a surprise attack against the Shilling army. "I'll have to trouble Big Brother and Uncle with the Northwest," Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice. Su Hongyu frowned slightly and looked at Yi Li. "There is going as well?" Yi Li nodded and smiled. "Yes, I'll have to trouble Uncle." Su Hongyu looked at Yi Li with some disapproval. Although he knew that his niece's martial arts were extraordinary, she was the only child left behind by his only sister. Su Hongyu was strict with his sons and nephews, and even his grandnephews Su Zhirue, and Mo Xiaobao. However, he was always worried about Yi Li. Yi Li smiled. "Uncle, you don't have to worry about Li Er." Grandfather also agreed. Hearing this, Su Hongyu was surprised. Compared to his love for Li Er, his father was no less than him. How could he agree to let Li Er go to such a dangerous battlefield? Thinking about it, although Su Hongyu couldn't understand, he knew that his father had his reasons for doing so. He only wanted to go back to the academy and ask his father about it. He didn't stop Yi Li and sighed. Fine, you must be careful. Li Er knows. Don't worry, uncle. Yi Li smiled. Su Qingshan thought for a moment and raised his head to ask. The Northwest has no more than 2 million soldiers and horses. At least half of them need to be stationed in the Northwest. That is to say, you can only take 600,000 soldiers to battle. We have secretly investigated in the past few years. The total number of soldiers in West Hill has exceeded 3 million. Lei Jinting has invested close to 1 million soldiers into Chu State. Once you go deep into West Hill, he will come back to rescue you and surround you from all sides. You will be surrounded by at least 2 million soldiers. What will you do then? Chapter 643. Mo Xiaoyao smiled lazily and said, I am deep in Xiling, and Lei Jinting is also deep into Chu State. How can it be so easy to send reinforcements back? Even if the soldiers of the Chu State are all idiots, there are still millions of idiots, right? Furthermore, I only plan to bring 400,000 men to battle, leaving only 400,000 men in the Northwest. There are still 400,000 men waiting for Lei Jinting at the border. When he breaks through the blockade, if I still can't pull down the Emperor of Xiling City, I'll let him kick my head around like a ball. Hearing this, even Su Qingshan couldn't help but suck in a breath. Even though Su Qingshan didn't know much about war, he still felt that a mere 400,000 men wanted to fight their way from the border to the Emperor of Xiling City. Mo Xiaoyao pretended not to see Su Qingshan, and Su Hongyu's worries. He smiled and said, This time, I'm afraid it will take a long time. I'll have a trouble big brother and uncle to guard the Northwest. Su Qingshan's mind flashed. He said in a low voice, You're saying that someone might take the opportunity to attack the Northwest. It's very possible. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, If Lei Jinting can't break through the blockade in a short period of time, it's very likely that he'll turn to the Northwest. It's very likely that I won't be able to come back in time to help. So, Su Qingshan's expression suddenly became exceptionally gloomy. This one thinks that the prince knows that this one is powerless. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand and smiled cheerfully. Scholars are better when they're ruthless. I have confidence in young Master Qingshan. Young Master Qingshan definitely has the ability to plan behind curtains and determine victory from 1,000 miles away. This prince has entrusted the entire family to Big Brother. Does Big Brother want to see your sister and brother-in-law suffer a crushing defeat and wander the world without a home to return to? Mo Xiaoyao. Young Master Qingshan's usual elegant smile disappeared once again. He stared calmly at Mo Xiaoyao, but under that calmness, one could faintly see a shocking raging storm. Mo Xiaoyao also knew that he couldn't really provoke the other party, so he said seriously, Big Brother, it's not that I want to take a risk, it's just that the current situation is such that we have no choice. Big Brother, please forgive me. Su Qingshan snorted unhappily and said to Yi Li, Li Er, are you really not going to change your Mr. Right? Yi Li smiled, not helping either side. Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li into his arms and glanced at Su Qingshan unhappily. Young Master Qingshan, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to tear down a marriage. I and Miss Li are deeply in love. Your words are not befitting of a gentleman. In an instant, Mo Xiaoyao threw his guilt to the back of his mind. He glared at young Master Qingshan with hatred in his heart. You want to steal eyes, Miss Li? Die of exhaustion. Idiot, this young master won't bicker with you. Young Master Qingshan resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Princess Consort, the two Madams Su and young Madams Su request an audience. In the study, the four people were discussing the preparations for the deployment of troops when Xin Feng reported from outside the door. Yi Li was startled. Eldest aunt and second aunt. The two Madams Su knew that Yi Li was different from them, who only guarded a small space in the back courtyard. Usually, she was busy with important matters, so it was very easy for them to come to Yili. Even if they came to the Prince Ding mansion to visit the Empress and Hua Tianxiang, or occasionally to look for Su Qingshan who refused to go home, the guard would directly invite them in. Today, they came to request an audience so solemnly. It must be something important. Yili blinked and looked at Su Qingshan and Su Hongyu who were sitting to the side. Su Hongyu smiled faintly and said, "It's not a big matter. Li Er can go see them." Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Qingshan in confusion. Su Qingshan's expression was calm and at ease. When she met Yi Li's questioning gaze, she coughed softly and said in a low voice, "It's about your third brother." Third brother? Yili blinked her eyes and came to a realization. This time, Su Qingfeng was going to go to war with them. At this time, the two madams came to her for Su Qingfeng. It was self-evident what it was about. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Yili shook her head and asked, "Isn't third brother free these days? He didn't come home?" Su Qingshan smiled and said, "He went back the day before, but disappeared again after showing his face. I heard that he entered the Prince Ding mansion early this morning." Yili looked at Qin Feng, who was at the door. Qin Feng lowered his head and coughed softly. He smiled and said, "This morning, third young master Su did come to the prince's mansion. He sparred with someone in the martial arts hall for a while, then went to the library and hasn't come out since." It was said that the young masters of the Su family were obsessed with hiding from the two young masters. Not to mention the third young master who was holed up in the military camp all day and didn't dare to come out. There was also the fourth and fifth young masters who went to the north and rarely came back. Even the most elegant and refined young master Qingshan would rather stay in the prince's mansion study for half a month than return to the mansion. Qin Feng, a bachelor who dreamed of having a wife and children, couldn't understand. Second young master, Su, got married early, and didn't they live a happy life? Did they have to be chased all over the sky? They really didn't know how to appreciate their good fortune. How could the old bachelors in a Mahist army who couldn't find a wife endure this? Helplessly shaking her head, Yili stood up and said, "I'm going to see my two aunts. Qin Feng, invite third young master Su along." This subordinate obeys, Qin Feng said in a clear voice. His half-closed eyes flashed with the light of watching a good show. It was said that third young master Su had become more and more difficult to catch in the past 2 years. At least, the Su family couldn't catch him. However, this wasn't difficult for Qin Feng at all. After all, third young master Su was taught by him. In a pavilion near the water, a dark green lake brought some coolness and comfort to the midsummer June. Second Madam Su sat by the bed with an ugly expression. Beside her, eldest Madam Su and Qin Zheng were comforting her in soft voices. However, second Madam Su, who was infuriated by her son, wasn't so easy to appease. Although she couldn't get angry in front of her sister-in-law and daughter-in-law, her face was still gloomy. "Second aunt, what's the matter? Who made you angry?" Yili walked in slowly and said softly with a smile, "Who else could it be? The only one who can make me angry now is that unfilial son." Second Madam Su said angrily as she tugged at her handkerchief. Yili walked to her side and said with a smile, "Second aunt, are you talking about third brother? Now that he's in my manor, I'll have someone capture him and give him a good beating to vent second aunt's anger." Second Madam Su sighed and pulled Yi Li to sit down. She said, "What's the use of teaching him a lesson? That brat, his father has taught him a lesson so many times. Doesn't he still make me angry every day? Lear, tell me. I just wanted to find a girl to marry. Do you think the girl will eat him up?" Hearing second Madam Su's words, Yili couldn't help but think of what eldest Madam Su said last year. It was true that the 5 young masters of the Su family were all outstanding. However, other than second brother, none of them were easy to deal with. Eldest Madam Su smiled and patted the back of her sister-in-law's hand. She said with a smile, "In any case, Sir is obedient and Ruth is smart and cute. If they catch up to the 3 of us, won't you be worried to death?" Hearing eldest Madam Su's words, second Madam Su looked at the quiet and gentle Qin Zheng and felt comforted. In any case, she still had an obedient son, a virtuous and dignified daughter-in-law, and a smart and clever grandson. Thinking of her 3 sisters-in-law, she was worried. Chapter 644. Sister-in-law, aren't you worried? Madame Sue smiled bitterly. It's useless even if I'm worried until my hair turns white. Forget about Qin-shun. I don't want to care about him anymore. 4th brother and 5th brother are always away and don't want to come back. How can I ask them to get married and have children? I'll be satisfied as long as they come back to see me often. Eldest aunt, 4th brother and 5th brother are still young. They'll be fine after 2 years. How about this? If 4th brother and 5th brother still want to learn from eldest brother, Lear will help you hold a 100 flowers banquet. We'll personally pick a wife for them that you like. Yili smiled faintly. Madame Sue smiled. Forget it. I can only comfort myself that they're still young. Madame Sue was also very angry with her eldest son. Unfortunately, even her husband and grandfather couldn't say anything, so she gave up on the idea of Su Qingqin's marriage. However, she had to keep a close eye on her 2 younger sons. If they still didn't have a wife by the time they were 24 or 25 years old, she would tie them up and force them to get married. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to face the ancestors of the Su family. Originally, second Madame Sue's anger had gradually subsided after the 3 of them talked back and forth. However, when she raised her head, she saw Qin Feng leading Su Qingfeng over from outside the pavilion. Su Qingfeng's expression changed when he saw the people sitting in the pavilion. He shouted, "Qin Feng, you betrayed your friend." He turned around and ran outside. Madame Sue's anger rose again. Unfilial son. Stop right there. Am I your mother or your enemy from your previous life? Madame Sue's anger flared when she saw her son running away from her. Outside the door, Qin Feng looked leisurely as Su Qingfeng ran past him. He raised his hand, and a long whip shot out from his sleeve. It wrapped around one of Su Qingfeng's legs and pulled him back. Su Qingfeng quickly flipped in the air and landed steadily. As soon as he stood still, he swept his leg toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and began to fight with him with great interest. The 2 of them were fighting happily outside, but Madame Sue's eyes were red with anger inside. She stood up and walked out of the pavilion. She shouted at Su Qingfeng, who was still fighting, "Su Qingfeng, stop right there." Su Qingfeng was slightly stunned. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had already grabbed his right arm behind his back and locked his left shoulder with his other hand. He said with a smile, "Third young master, you've been fooling around too much these 2 years." "Despicable," Su Qingfeng said unwillingly. "This is called grasping the opportunity. Don't you understand, after staying in Qilin for so many years? Qilins are unscrupulous." Qin Feng replied with a calm smile. Su Qingfeng was speechless. "I just didn't expect you to be so ruthless to your own people." Early, who had followed them out, looked at the 2 of them and shook his head slightly. Third brother's personality was really not suitable for Qilin, even though he had been working hard these past few years and was not worse than anyone in Qilin in all aspects. However, Yili still felt that he would be able to display his talents on a real battlefield. But who hasn't been young before? Just like how every soldier in her previous life dreamed of becoming a special forces soldier, every soldier in the Mahist army also dreamed of being able to enter Qilin. It was not because Qilin's position and salary were high, but because Qilin represented the most elite force in the Mahist army. "Mother!" Su Qingfeng looked at his mother's angry face and immediately became listless. He lifted his leg and kicked Qin Feng, muttering in a low voice, let go. I won't run." Qin Feng glanced at him with a faint smile and let go of his hand that was restraining him. "You think you can run?" Mrs. Su sneered and said, "You still know that I'm your mother?" "Mother." Su Qingfeng knew that he was in the wrong and lowered his head. He did not have his eldest brother's ability to speak eloquently regardless of whether he was in the right or wrong. He also did not have his second brother's wooden face, which was always expressionless. Looking at her son's listless appearance, second Madame Su finally abandoned her decades of upbringing as a noble lady. She stepped forward and grabbed his ear and shouted, "Do you think your mother will harm you? Would you die if I let you get married? Our family is open-minded." I even gave you a chance to choose. Look at other families. How many of them have met before they got married? You don't know how lucky you are. Mother, mother. His mother grabbed his ear in front of so many people. Although it did not hurt, it was very embarrassing. Mother, your son knows that he was wrong. You know that you were wrong. Mrs. Su raised her eyebrows. Come with me to see Miss Yang. Miss Yang? Which Miss Yang? Su Qingfeng was confused. Mrs. Su's eyes twitched. What did you say? Did her nagging last night go to waste? I don't want to see her. I've never heard of her. Who knows where she came from? Why did you give her to me? Even if she's not as good as cousin, she should be at least as good as second sister-in-law. Right? Miss Yang? Is there such a letter in Lee City? Mother, don't tell me you're so desperate that you gave me the daughter of a nouveau riche? Hungry and indiscriminate? That's what you get for being so desperate. Mrs. Su hit Su Qingfeng's head hard. I told you to study since you were young, but you didn't. Now you're desperate. Mother, I was wrong. Su Qingfeng covered his head and scurried away. That's not what I meant. In short, I don't want any Miss Yang or Miss Lee. What I meant was that the girl I want to marry must be ancient and heavenly, ordinary. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, something hit him hard on the head. Su Qingfeng stared blankly at the book that had flown over and slapped him on the forehead. He turned around and saw Hua Tianxiang standing not far away, calmly looking at him. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Miss Hua, why are you? Hua Tianxiang said lightly. I was passing by and heard that Jer was here, so I came to see. I'll take my leave first. Looking at Hua Tianxiang's departing figure, Su Qingfeng turned around and asked blankly, Why did Miss Hua hit me with that book? A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Li's eyes. She smiled and said, Because she is the daughter of the nouveau riche that you mentioned. Miss Yang. Su Qingfeng's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 645. How could that be? Su Qingfeng stuttered. That was clearly his cousin, his second sister-in-law's good friend, Miss Hua of Duke Hua's household. Why did she become Miss Yang? Most importantly, why did she happen to appear there and hear what he said? Looking at Su Qingfeng's vexed expression, Yi Li and Qin Zheng quietly exchanged glances. Qin Zheng smiled and said, Third brother, do you know her? This. Su Qingfeng was somewhat embarrassed. In the past, in the capital. How many times did I meet her? Yi Li smiled and said, So that's how it is. This matter is not important. Tianxiang is not such a narrow-minded person. Later, I will go and apologize on behalf of third brother. But, second aunt, since third brother does not have this intention, let's forget about this matter. Although Miss Yang is now living in the Prince Ding mansion, her family and Xiaoyao are family friends. We can't wrong her. After all, she was the one who gave birth to Su Qingfeng. How could second Madam Su not notice Su Qingfeng's strange behavior? She rolled her eyes and said to Yi Li with a smile, Li, this matter was reckless. I also saw that your third brother was going to go on a long trip and was momentarily anxious, so I lost my sense of propriety. You should properly talk to Miss Yang. Tomorrow, I will personally come and apologize. This unfilial son of mine, forget it. I am too lazy to care about him. Mother. Su Qingfeng somewhat anxiously looked at the door that had already disappeared. Then, he looked at his mother's leisurely face and could not help but blush. Second Madam Su calmly wiped the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief and said to eldest Madam Su, Eldest sister-in-law, seeing this unfilial son makes me angry. Let's go back. Eldest Madam Su looked at Su Qingfeng, covered her mouth and smiled, nodding. That's good. In a while, let's go out of the city to see Old Master and Yu Chenre. The coolness outside the city is much better than suffocating at home. Second Madam Su smiled and agreed. Eldest sister-in-law is right. Let's go back first. Zheng, it's fine if you go back later. While you are at it, apologize to Miss Yang on behalf of Mother. Qin Zheng smiled faintly and bowed slightly. Zheng understands. Aunt is satisfied. Mother, take care. After watching the two ladies leave, Qin Zheng and Yili looked at each other and smiled. They then looked at Su Qingfeng, who was standing at the side dejectedly. Yili blinked and walked over to Su Qingfeng with a smile. Third brother, tell me, where did you get to know Ruohua? Ruohua. Su Qingfeng was at a loss. Yili raised her eyebrows. Only then did Su Qingfeng come back to his senses. His usually straightforward face revealed a rare hint of embarrassment and shyness, making Yi Li and Qin Zheng laugh in their hearts. I've really seen him twice in the capital. Also, didn't I just come back to the Princeton mansion 2 days ago? Feng Sen asked me to send something to Mr. Shun. Then I saw her with Wu Yo at Mr. Shin's place. Su Qingfeng looked at Yi Li in distress. Li'er, I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that she was Miss Yang. If I had known, Yi Li looked at him with a smile and asked, so what if third brother knew? Su Qingfeng lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he shook his head dejectedly. Forget it, it's nothing. Then go and apologize to Miss Hua. Miss Yang for me. I really didn't do it on purpose. Qin Zheng looked at Yi Li in confusion. She didn't understand Su Qingfeng's sudden change. Yi Li said with a smile, don't you have to apologize in person to show sincerity? Su Qingfeng shook his head. Forget it. Miss Yang is a lady in the boudoir. It's not good for her reputation if I suddenly go. I'll leave first, Li'er, second sister-in-law. Seeing Su Qingfeng turn and leave, Yi Li narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to grab Su Qingfeng. She said in a low voice, third brother, are you afraid that something will happen to you when you go to war and delay the lady? Are you afraid that when you come back alive, the lady will already have a husband? Su Qingfeng looked at Yi Li in surprise. Yi Li said with a smile, there's always a way to solve things. Go and explain it to Tian Xiang. Our Princeton mansion's people don't like to gossip. Be good. Su Qingfeng's handsome face suddenly turned red. He took a few steps back and glared at Yi Li. Li'er, Yi Li pulled Qin Zheng and waved at him. Go quickly. Zheng and I still have things to talk about. We don't have time to deal with the aftermath for you. If no one apologizes to her today, the lady might be sad and Su Qingfeng's face turned white and he hurriedly left. Behind him, the two women looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Li'er, you tease third brother like this. Qin Zheng shook her head and said after laughing enough. Yi Li helplessly shrugged. How am I teasing him? Third brother is a straightforward person. I'm afraid his temper is more honest than second brother's. If I didn't say this, he might have gone out with such thoughts. When he comes back, if Tian Xiang has a wife, won't he cry to death? Third brother is in a mess because he's in the situation. When he comes back to his senses, what would he dare to do to me? Yi Li raised her head and laughed. Third brother can't beat me. And if it really happened, would she be afraid that third brother wouldn't thank her? In the guest courtyard of the Princeton mansion, in a spacious and quiet courtyard, China Tian Xiang was sitting alone by the flower bed and sulking. She didn't think too much because of Su Qingfeng's words. After all, she knew a little about the character of the young masters of the Su family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to it when her aunt told her about second Madame Su's intentions. Looking at the situation at the time, she knew that Su Qingfeng was forced by second Madame Su to speak without thinking. Although she knew that Su Qingfeng didn't have any opinions about her, it was impossible for her not to be angry when a lady was disliked like this. At the time, she didn't hesitate to slap the thick book in her hand. Unfortunately, it didn't hit Su Qingfeng's face. Surname Su, don't fall into this lady's hands. Su Qingfeng quietly landed in the garden from the top of the wall, just in time to see the beautiful and graceful woman pinching a flower with all her might. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. He wasn't really stupid. He didn't doubt that the lady was thinking of strangling his neck at this time. Ahem. Su Qingfeng coughed and looked awkwardly at Hua Tian Xiang. When she turned her head and saw him, she was stunned at first. Then her pretty face sank, and she turned around to leave. That, Hua, Miss Yang, Su Qingfeng hurriedly called out. Hua Tian Xiang turned her head and looked at him indifferently. Third young master Su, what advice do you have? Su Qingfeng awkwardly stepped forward and said, I didn't mean what I said just now. Please forgive me. Mississippi, Hua Tianxiang's beautiful face bloomed with a cold smile. You're too serious, young Master Su. I'm just an upstart who doesn't know where I came from. How could I dare to blame third young Master Su? Miss Yang, looking at the cold face of the girl in front of him, Su Qingfeng only felt at a loss. Compared to going to the battlefield, fighting a war made him feel more nervous. In his heart, he was extremely regretful that he was not as eloquent as his eldest brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother. At the very least, he should have a wooden face like his second brother, which would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He did not even know if he was blushing at this moment. Chapter 646. Hua Tianxiang coldly looked at the embarrassed man in front of her. She could not help but twitch her lips and roll her eyes at the sky. Why does it look like I'm the one who's bullying him? If young Master Su has nothing else to say, please return. After waiting for a while, Su Qingfeng did not take the initiative to say anything. Hua Tianxiang did not feel like wasting time with him. Perhaps he could spend the entire afternoon here, and the other party might not even be able to say a single word. Seeing Hua Tianxiang turn to leave, Su Qingfeng anxiously reached out to grab her. Coming to his senses, Su Qingfeng realized that he had been rude to this young lady. He became even more flustered, almost unable to restrain himself from fleeing. However, he could not help but recall his cousin's whispered warning. Luo Fu has a husband. Luo Fu has a husband. Immediately, the scene of the woman before him being led by a man whose face could not be seen clearly appeared in his mind. Su Qingfeng hurriedly shook his head, shaking off the image in his mind. He and Hua Tianxiang had indeed met twice in the Chujing capital. However, Su Qingfeng did not pay much attention to it. It was only when he returned to the capital 2 days ago that, in order to avoid his mother, he used the excuse of helping Feng Zhiyao deliver something to the Princeton mansion. Coincidentally, he ran into Hua Tianxiang, who was chatting with Princess Chang'e at Shenyang's residence. At first glance, he was shocked by her beauty. At the time, Su Qingfeng did not pay much attention to her. It was only when he returned home that his mother pulled him aside and told him a bunch of things about his marriage. Originally, he only felt a headache when he heard these words. However, in his mind, that beautiful face constantly flashed. Su Qingfeng was not a fool. He naturally understood that he had a favorable impression of this young lady. However, because he was about to go to war, he did not dare to think too much about it. He did not expect that before he had even begun, he would have already offended her. Hua Tianxiang looked at the man before her with a strange expression, speechless. Miss Yang, I really did not do it on purpose. I didn't know it was you. My mother always mentioned it to me, and I was forced to say those words. Actually, I wanted to tell my mother that I already have someone I like. At this point, Su Qingfeng's ears turned red, and he lowered his head. Hua Tianxiang couldn't help but frown. Since it's just a misunderstanding, let's just resolve it. I don't blame young Master Su. Young Master, please go back. Goodbye. Seeing Hua Tianxiang turn around and leave, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Did he say something wrong? Outside the moon-shaped door not far behind him, Yili and Qinzheng could not help but roll their eyes. Third brother wasn't usually so silly. Yili clenched her teeth and took off a hair clip from her hair and threw it at Su Qingfeng. With a loud bang, it hit Su Qingfeng's head. Su Qingfeng rubbed his head and looked back. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lier, second sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Idiot, confess. Yili reminded him in a low voice. Third young Master Su's face turned red. He turned around and stole a glance at Hua Tianxiang, who had just turned into a flower bush and left. Yili said resentfully, If you don't say it clearly, how will she know what you mean? Qinzheng covered her mouth and laughed. Third brother, I'm afraid Tianxiang will think you like another girl. I didn't. If you didn't, then hurry up. Finally realizing what was wrong, Su Qingfeng quickly turned around and chased after them. Yi Li and Qin Zheng looked at each other and quietly followed. They had only taken 2 steps when they heard Su Qingfeng's voice not far away. Miss Yang, what I mean is that the person I like is you. Su Qingfeng's voice was not loud, but it was definitely not soft. At least, Yi Li and Qin Zheng, who were still standing at the gate, heard it clearly. They could not bear to watch and covered their faces with a long sigh. Behind the flower bush, Hua Tianxiang was shocked by his sudden confession. Before he could say anything, a figure fell from the treetops on the fence with a thud. Su Qingfeng quickly shielded Hua Tianxiang behind him. He glared at the unknown shadow guard in front of him with dissatisfaction. What are you doing here? I'm standing guard. Sorry to disturb you. Please continue. The secret guard said expressionlessly and calmly. He leaped back onto the treetop and thought for a moment before adding, Congratulations. Thank you very much. Su Qingfeng smiled foolishly. The shadow guard, who had just climbed up the tree, fell again, but this time he was outside the wall. The third son of the Su family could not be so stupid. He must be standing guard in the wrong position. When third young master Su came back to his senses and turned around, he saw Hua Tianxiang glaring at him before running away. Third young master Su was at a loss. Did I say something wrong again? You didn't say anything wrong, but you chose the wrong place. Yi Li and Qin Zheng walked out from behind the flower bush and glared at him angrily. What do you mean? Yi Li smiled and said, It wasn't just us. There were at least 10 people in and out of the courtyard who heard your confession. So what? Of course, he knew that there were many shadow guards in the Prince Ding mansion. It was just that their mental fortitude was too weak. The one just now had fallen twice in a short time. Qin Zheng angrily glared at him. Third brother, Ruohua is an unmarried girl. You want her to... Su Qingfeng suddenly understood. Lier, second sister-in-law, thank you for your advice. I'll be leaving first. After saying this, third young master Su turned and ran out of the courtyard. Where are you going? To invite my mother to propose marriage. Third young master Su's voice came from afar. Yi Li and Qin Zheng, who were left behind, could only look at each other. Princess consort, young Madame Su. The empress walked out from behind the fake mountain with Hua Tianxiang. When she saw Yi Li and Qin Zheng, Hua Tianxiang shyly lowered her head. Yi Li went forward and said apologetically, Madam, third brother is straightforward and doesn't care about trifles. Please forgive him if he has neglected you and Ruohua. However, the Su family definitely did not have any intention of bullying you. Please believe me on this. The empress smiled and said, I naturally believe Princess Consort's words. Third young master Su, cough, is also a person of temperament. Seeing that Yi Li and the empress had something to say, Qin Zheng also wanted to probe her good friend's thoughts. She pulled Hua Tianxiang and laughed in a low voice. Let's talk. The empress smiled at her niece and said, Go, Princess Consort, and I also want to talk. Qin Zheng then pulled Hua Tianxiang away. The empress turned to look at Yi Li and said, I believe in Princess Consort and the Su family's sincerity. I'm afraid that today's matter was a misunderstanding. However, although the third young master Su has already expressed his feelings to Ruohua, but Yi Li smiled and said, we naturally can't force a marriage. Even if Ruohua and third brother are not fated to be together, I guarantee that today's matter will not affect her reputation. The shadow guard of the Prince Ding mansion won't casually spread gossip. I've made Princess Consort worry, the empress said apologetically. What are you saying, madam? One of them is my cousin, and the other is a close friend. How can I worry about them? Yi Li said with a faint smile. Chapter 647. By the time Yi Li finished speaking with the empress, Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang had returned hand in hand. Seeing the smile on Qin Zheng's face and Hua Tianxiang's blushing face, Yi Li knew the answer. She didn't say anything to make Hua Tianxiang uncomfortable and just smiled at her. Hua Tianxiang blushed and whispered, Lier, thank you. Silly words. The Su family acted quickly. The next morning, second Madame Su came to propose marriage. Since both the man and woman were interested, the Empress naturally wouldn't make things difficult and agreed. In the end, because the battle was imminent, the two families agreed to marry next year. Although she regretted that she couldn't marry her daughter-in-law immediately, Second Madame Sue breathed a sigh of relief, and her face was full of joy. Seeing this, eldest Madame Sue was both envious and helpless. Unfortunately, her sons were each more difficult to deal with than the last. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to make them submit. After Su Qingfeng's marriage was settled, the day of the battle arrived in the blink of an eye. It was the 26th of June. Early in the morning, the sky was clear and the clouds were light. Glass City, which was usually bustling with noise and excitement, was unusually quiet. However, outside Glass City, there was a sea of people. The sound of drums shook the sky. The Mahist army dressed in black held shiny weapons in their hands and stood in an orderly manner at the city gate, waiting for orders. The people who came to see them off looked around and only saw a black wave that seemed to have no end. Among the black waves, there were countless silver lights that flickered under the sun, adding a bit of coldness and sharpness to the hot summer day. Behind these soldiers, strong and powerful horses stood quietly. Even the earth-shattering sound of the war drums could not alarm them at all. Beside each war horse stood a tall and straight figure wrapped in a black robe. This combination of one man and one horse made people feel as if they could see their heroic bearing on the battlefield. This is the Black Cloud Cavalry. Among the people who came to see them off, someone curiously whispered. People always instinctively admired heroes. All the men looked at them with a bit more reverence, and all the girls had a bit more admiration in their eyes. As expected of the Black Cloud Cavalry, under the heavens, only the Princeton Mansion has such elite troops. Everyone was discussing and looking at the city gate in front of them with even more respect. At the city gate, all the civil and military officials of Glass City came to send the army off. Even Mr. Qingyun and Su Zhe, who usually did not care about worldly affairs, came with the students of Lishan Academy. Perhaps because of the military service system in the Northwest, the scholars in the Northwest had to go through at least a year of military service after reaching a certain age before they could take the exam to become an official. Therefore, in the Northwest, scholars looked down on military generals. The concept of civil and military officials belittling each other was much weaker than in other places. There were even some students who threw away their pen and joined the army after serving in the military. In the future, Glass City will have to rely on Mr. Qingyun. Mo Xiaoyao respectfully bowed to Mr. Qingyun. Mr. Qingyun quickly reached out to support him and nodded with a smile. Prince, don't worry. On this trip, this old man will congratulate Prince in advance for his victory. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, Many thank for grandfather's auspicious words. Mother doesn't want Xiao Bao anymore. Xiao Bao pitifully pulled on Yi Li's clothes and looked up at her with his big, watery eyes. Yi Li sighed softly and leaned over to stroke his little head. Mother is going to go on a long journey with your father. Xiao Bao must be obedient at home and listen to your grandfather and granduncle's words. Understand? Mother is lying to me. Mother is clearly going to war with father, not going on a long trip. Xiao Bao angrily said. Yi Li helplessly said, All right, mother is going to war. Xiao Bao will be obedient at home. Xiao Bao also wants to help mother in the war. Xiao Bao excitedly said. Yi Li's face was filled with black lines. Sure enough, she knew it. No, you're too young. You can only go when you grow up. Yi Li shook her head and said. Xiao Bao regretfully looked at the soldiers standing in the distance, his big eyes shining. Really? When Xiao Bao grows up, I can lead so many soldiers to war. Yi Li speechlessly nodded. Although she wasn't a pure and kind person, she could still be considered a lover of peace. Why would the son she gave birth to be so excited when it came to war? Mo Xiaoyao, who had finished talking with Mr. Qingyun, turned around and lifted Xiao Bao to look at him. Xiao Bao's little face was stiff as he looked at his father. He was still angry that his father didn't let him sleep with his mother last night. Be obedient at home? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said lightly, Xiao Bao frowned coldly and said in an even more indifferent tone, "Protect Mother well and win the war." Mo Xiaoyao reached out to rub his son's little head and asked, "Is there nothing else you want to say?" Xiao Bao hesitated and then said with some hesitation, "Be careful." Clearly, Xiao Bao was not used to showing concern to his father, who had always been his enemy. When the others saw Xiao Bao's hesitation and calmness, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. But no one dared to embarrass little heir Xiao Bao. Su Qing-chan lightly coughed and said to the two, "Be careful." Glass City has me. You don't have to worry. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "Of course I trust Qing Gongzi. I'll leave everything to you." Yuli softly said, "Big brother, take care. Be careful." Su Qing-chan softly exhorted as he looked at the woman in white who didn't wear any makeup and didn't wear any hairpins. The women of the Su family also came forward to say goodbye to Yili. "Eldest madam," Su looked at Yili and said seriously, "You Chun and Junhan, you don't have to worry. Eldest aunt and second aunt will take good care of them. You must be careful outside. Yili, take care." Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang held on to Yili and said softly, although they already knew that Li was different from them. But now that they saw her standing beside Prince Ding with a calm expression, they truly realized that their good friend was really different from them. Since ancient times, the stories of women going to the battlefield were legends to them. But now, not only did they admire her ability and courage, but they were also envious of her courage to stand side by side with her husband. "I know. You all take care too," Yili said with a smile. Princess, it's almost time." Zhui Jing, dressed in martial attire, came forward and reported in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said to Yili, "Li, we should set off." "Okay." Yili nodded and replied with a smile. "You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.